Beautiful Petco Park on a glorious day and early evening here in San Diego. Game 2 of the 3-game series, the St. Louis Cardinals and the San Diego Padres. And welcome aboard. Good evening, everyone. Dick Enberg along with Mark Grant. Last night, a 1-0 shutout victory for San Diego, their 9th whitewash of the year. That matches their entitled total of last year, and it leads the major leagues. And here's what that did, the 1-0 win in the National League standings. The Padres start tonight 2 games in front of the Dodgers. They're in a power delay in Chicago. Giants are 3.5 back. A contentious National League West. Look at the Rockies. Watch out. They're only 4 back, and the Diamondbacks are in 5th place.
May 26th, Padre fans, and would you ever think of seeing a graphic like that with the Padres 2 games up? It all boils down to a couple of things: pitching and defense. And Dick, you know this great game of baseball. That's what wins you games. That's what wins you pennants. Pitching and defense, and we've seen both.
And we haven't given the Padres defense enough props. They certainly have been deserving. They were a little tight at the start of the season, committed some errors, but since the first 2 weeks, they have played flawlessly in the field.
And what does that do for a pitcher and his mindset when he's out on the mound? Particularly at the hot corner, Chase Headley. Hey, the first week or 2 of the season, there were people saying, hey, third base might be a question mark. But Chase Headley, you saw it, Dick, in spring training. I saw it. He worked diligently over on that half field, and he's flashing the leather quite well lately over at third base.
And Jerry Hairston had a rob of a hitter last night as well, as he went to his backhand side. And look, as you total up the errors or lack thereof, where the Padres stand.
When you look at this, entering today, all the 5 teams that are listed right here on your TV set are above 500 or better. And the fewest errors, the San Francisco Giants, yeah, they're pretty good defensively too. But when you look at the left side, like you said, Hairston playing a great shortstop. And then Eck, who does everything, and then the Gold Glover at first base. Pretty solid, tight infield. And for a pitcher, if I can get a ground ball, chances are I'm going to have quick innings, and that's what we saw last night.
Yes, the offense has trouble scoring runs at times, but that pitching with the defense has helped the Padres move to the top of the National League West. And speaking of pitching, let's look at tonight's pitching matchup, and it's an interesting contrast. You have Jaime Garcia. Look at the ERA, second best in the National League. He's 4-2, this rookie left-hander. Meanwhile, Kevin Correa trying to snap out of a 3-game losing streak. He's 4-4 for San Diego. And our pitching matchup is brought to you by Papa John's. Better ingredients, better pizza, Papa John's. The right-hander Kevin Correa has completed his warm-up tosses, heads to the dugout. He says he's feeling the best he has since the tragic death of his younger brother. Let's hope this is a big positive night for him. Kevin Correa, 29-year-old, the first pitch of the game. Felipe Lopez, the shortstop, is out of the strike zone. Warm day, but cool air, and the breeze was gusty as we were down watching batting practice tonight. Maybe an impact on this game this evening. 2-0 to Lopez, who hit the ball hard 4 times last night. 2 singles, a line out to third, and a hard ground ball to short. And Correa falls behind 3-0. Kevin's ERA up to 4.57, the highest of the 5 San Diego starters. And he's lost his last 3 decisions. There's the first strike, is barked by Dan Iasonia.
Remember, John Garland last night had some difficulty in that first inning. He got out of the bases loaded jam after a walk, struck out 2 Cardinals.
.274 hitter, the switch hitting shortstop, and he pops this one up off the left side. Oscar Salazar will watch that one drift back into the seats. Lots of red in the crowd again tonight. St. Louis Cardinal fans here to support the Redbirds. John Garland, last night's winner. How about this veteran right-hander? 6 consecutive wins.
Yeah, they come in bunches. He deserved the victory last night. A well-pitched game for John Garland.
Once he ducked his way out of all that trouble in the first and second inning, including ducking some line drives back through the box. Got clipped twice in the first inning. Able to right the ship and close it out with help from Adams and Bell. Oh. And ball 4 to Lopez. Leadoff walk to open the game. Our starting pitcher profile is brought to you by the Mark Condos, luxurious downtown San Diego condos from the 300s. Go to themarksandiego.com. 9th start of the year for Correa. Trying to move above the 500 mark. John Jay gets the start tonight. This rookie right fielder from the University of Miami. Been used primarily as a pinch hitter this season by Tony La Russa. Good looking swing. 3-time All-America at Miami. High schooler there as well. And he squares and takes it high.
Well, there's one thing about John Jay that I discovered last night. This guy does not get cheated at the plate. He gets those hands going in a rhythm, and he sees a pitch that he likes. He really puts a tear into that swing. He hit the ball well last night.
25-year-old outfielder with Albert Pujols on deck. There he is. 3 hits last night, all singles.
Hey, that's winning the war, isn't it? Keeping him in the ballpark, right?
That's the argument there would be 3 singles, 3 walks. What's the difference? There goes the runner, the throw, and they get him. A great throw by Torre Alba. He threw out a runner last night, and he fires a strike to second to erase Lopez tonight. Tag applied by Hairston.
Well, you talk about picking up your starting pitcher after the walk to Lopez. He fires a strike, and not even close.
Boy, that ball right on the cleats of Lopez. Spikes. And a base hit up the middle, so that is an important throw out at second base as Jay delivers the first hit of the game. As the Cardinals start the way they did last night. And the St. Louis lineup is brought to you by Mercedes-Benz. Lopez, Jay, and now Pujols. Matt Holliday hits cleanup. Former Padre farmhand David Freese at third. Colby Rasmus, the center fielder. Yadier Molina batting 7th. The catcher Skip Schumacher at second, and Jaime Garcia bats 9th, the pitcher. Pujols raising his average up to .314. That places him in the top 10 in the National League.
You know, I'm sure there's a lot of Redbird fans here in San Diego and St. Louis. They want to see this offense getting started. They're 11th in the National League, hitting only .255. With the people that they have, the hitters they have in this lineup, they're expecting a little bit more offense.
Foul back. He got a high slider and a good whack at it.
Sometimes you hang it just enough and the hitter will swing underneath it. And I think Albert wants that one back.
Only one home run in his last 82 at bats. Certainly out of character for this most valuable player, unanimously selected last year.
You know, probably, Dick, for this generation of baseball fans, Albert Pujols is probably the best hitter out there.
Maybe the best player out there.
Absolutely. Back in the day, who do you think was one of the better hitters that you think?
Yeah, that covers a lot of territory.
I know you're a big Ted Williams fan.
You know, but he had Joe DiMaggio playing in that same era, and you could argue till you're blue in the face as to whether it was DiMaggio or Williams. DiMaggio probably the better defensive player, certainly a great hitter. I thought Williams was the greatest I've ever seen. Blowing away, and the count goes to 3-1. The slider outside. So a walk to Lopez. He's thrown out stealing. Single J. And now Pujols sitting on a 3-1 delivery with Matt Holliday next. Tough 1-2 punch in the middle of that St. Louis lineup. Pujols and Holliday, two all-stars. He did not go around, says first base umpire Dale Scott. So the first three men reach against Correa tonight. That moves the runner into scoring position, and Matt Holliday steps in. And a look at the Padres defensive lineup, brought to you by Tiger Turf. Tiger up your lawn with the world's best-selling synthetic turf. Visit mytigerturf.com today. Headley and Hairston on the left side, Eckstein and Gonzalez on the right side. Salazar in left. Durango makes his first start of the season in center, and Denorfia in right field. Torrealba behind the plate, Correa on the mound. Only left-handed bat in the lineup is Gonzalez. There's a strike to Holliday. Checks in at 289 tonight. 18 RBI, certainly well under his expectations. And there's a line drive to left. Salazar charges and makes the catch. No play at second, and throw goes right by first, but no advance by the runners as Gonzalez able to scamper over and pick up the ball on the carom. That could have gone into the dugout or into the seats, and then runners would have moved up 90. And Salazar thought he might have a shot at doubling up Pujols, who was 2/3 of the way to second base.
I thought that ball had a chance to dump in there in left field, but Kachi coming in, and then the runners retreat back. He's got the play right in front of him at second base, but he realized Pujols was farther off the bag, and thank goodness that ball does not go in the dugout.
Brings up David Freese, the third baseman, the leading hitter in the lineup for the Cardinals at 316. A 27-year-old who schooled at the University of South Alabama. Outside corner as Correa jumps in front, 0-1.
Tell you what, Kevin Correa, if you can live out there all night long, you're going to have a good night in the big leagues. That pitch was maybe a few inches off the plate. Dan Iasonia looks like he's going to be giving that call to you.
Fouled back, 0-2 to Freese. You saw his RBI count, 28. That's just one less than Pujols. So he's having a solid season, this young third baseman.
Well, when you look in the lineup for the Cardinals before Freese, as you mentioned, Lopez, Jay in the lineup tonight, Pujols and Holliday, those are going to be guys getting on base. So a lot of RBI opportunities for Freese.
2 on, 2 out. 2 strikes the count. Ground ball just foul past first base. Guarding the plate was Freese. And he has been, as we mentioned last night, outstanding with runners in scoring position and 2 out, leading the National League with 17 RBIs. And there's a line drive to center, base hit. Charging the ball is Durango. He's got a good arm. Here it comes. And He is out at the plate. What a throw. Welcome back, Luis Durango. The Durango kid is back at Petco. How about that inning? Torrealba throws out Lopez trying to steal second, and Durango throws out Jade trying to steal home, if you will. No score. Loma, and we remind you, as you well know, pitchers throw heat, and Corky's throws heat at termites. Find out about Corky's totally green heat treatment today. Corky's. Jaime Garcia, 23 years of age. He's 6'2" and 215, born in Reynosa, Mexico. Went to high school in Texas in the Houston area. And this rookie has been one of the big surprises of the National League season. 4 wins, 2 losses, and a brilliant 1.28 ERA. That is second to Osvaldo Jimenez of Colorado's ERA is 0.99. Starting pitcher profile brought to you by the all-new Cadillac SRX, the Cadillac of crossovers. Durango pinch hit last night, 0 for 1, takes a strike. Switch hitter in the lineup as Buddy Black has loaded the San Diego lineup with right-handed batters, all hitting from that side except for Gonzalez. Durango at Portland hit .305, 17 stolen bases. He was thrown out 10 times, 46 hits, 45 of them singles. This is going to be interesting right off the bat as he flies up the line, and they get him by a half step. As the infield drawn in, and Lopez had to field and hurry his throw across. Here's the Padres lineup brought to you by Alpine Rock and Block. Start your next backyard project with Alpine Rock and Block. Eckstein follows Durango with Gonzalez hitting the familiar third spot. Chase Headley cleanup. Yorvit Torrealba batting fifth. Oscar Salazar in left. Jerry Hairston with a home run last night in the 1-0 win. Chris Denorfia bats eighth, and Correa in the 9th spot. Eckstein checks in at 3:02. Actually started the season with Jaime Garcia in the bullpen. Ground ball punched foul. 2 strikes the count on Eckstein. Talked with Tony La Russa, the skipper of the St. Louis Cardinals, and of course Eckstein was part of the World Series championship team 4 years ago. So give me a note on Eckstein. Without hesitation, he said, he is the toughest player I've ever been around, meaning mentally. And then he quickly said, and physically. That's quite a commendation.
Absolutely. I mean, you look at the teams that Tony La Russa has managed in Chicago with the White Sox, in Oakland, And of course, here in St. Louis, his 15th season.
Line drive, base hit. That's tough enough. And the Padres have their first hit off Jaime Garcia, who's allowing a meager batting average on the season, around 200. All right, a check of the defense of the Cardinals brought to you by Tiger Turf. Tiger up your lawn with Tiger Turf. Visit mytigerturf.com today. Freese and Lopez, Schumacher and Pujols on the Cardinal infield around the horn. Holiday in left, Rasmus in center. Jay plays right. The battery of Garcia and Molina. Adrian Gonzalez, just as soon forget last night. 4 times up, 4 times he struck out. That ball gets away from Molina, and Eckstein moves into scoring position. Appeared to be in the range of Molina unless he was crossed up. He was in front of the ball.
It looks like a fastball or some type of sinker that kind of, did that skip off a home plate or right in front of home plate? Yeah. I'm surprised Molina didn't get down and dirty and try to block that one like he did last night.
But it bounced a lot higher than he anticipated. It must have hit the lip of front lip of home plate. Check swing 1-1. So Gonzalez, for only the 4th time in his outstanding major league career, struck out 4 times in a game. In the last 9 games here at Petco, he's batting only .156. Just tearing it up on the road. Hard to figure, because a lot of those hits were not home runs, but just solid base hits finding a hole. Ground ball off the fist up the middle. Schumacher there, and there's 2 away as Eckstein moves to third.
That looked like Garcia threw a fastball that kind of came in on the hands a little bit of Adrian. Along with that fastball, there was a slider, a changeup, and a curveball. His fastball is up around 92, 93.
Had Tommy John surgery 2007 and missed almost all of 2008. And come back strong. Chase Headley batting right-handed. Chance to give the Padres the early lead with Eckstein perched at third and 2 outs here in the opening inning. Headley batting .281. That one bounds into the crowd and back out, caroming off a seat. Third base umpire Mark Wegner tosses it for a souvenir.
You know, the one note about Garcia that really sticks out after checking his numbers in the media guide, he does not give up a lot of home runs. This year, 49, almost 50 innings now, only 1 home run given up.
That one hit the center, but right at Colby Rasmus, and the inning is over. No runs, a hit. Eckstein left to third. No score after 1. Well, doing more on defense is brought to you by the Home Depot. More saving, more doing. That's the power of the Home Depot. And here is the defensive stopper. Durango charging the single off the bat of Freeze. Torrealba blocks home plate, and Jay nailed at the plate. But check this at a closer look.
The Padres catch a break there, Dick? I don't know.
But it lost the ball for a moment.
I don't know if he had full control of that baseball, but Dan Iasonia was right there. He made the call.
And what an inning for Torrealba. He throws out Lopez trying to steal and then blocks home plate and takes the full force of John Jay coming into him. Kind of held on for the tag, and it's hard to tell whether Jay ever touched home plate. And blocked and knocked backwards. There's a broken bat. Drive right at Eckstein. His glove in the right spot again. Colby Rasmus denied.
All right, well, let's take a look at the ball. The ball hits Torrealba. Does he have it in the glove? No, it creeps up his right foot. You see it tucked underneath? And then he grabs it with his bare hand. And to me, he never really had control in the glove. The ball hit the heel of the glove, crawled up his right forearm, tucked and barehanded. They get the call.
Little piece of prestidigitation. I mean, it was like, now you see it, now you don't. The ball kind of rolled up in there. He hit it well from the umpire. No argument from anyone, but on the replay, it looks as if a touch of magic from Torrealba. And the count runs to 2-0 on Yadier Molina, 259 average. See the distribution of RBIs throughout the lineup for the Cardinals since 29, 28, 26 RBIs. Hits the outside corner with a fastball.
You know, it's interesting about all those RBIs. When you look at the Cardinals collectively in the National League, they are 12th in the RBI category as far as rankings are concerned.
Getting them all from Pujols, Freeze, Molina. Holiday has only 18. But you compare that with the Padres, 27 for Gonzalez, but no one else over the 20 mark. 2-2 now to Molina. Line foul, watch out. Middle game of this 3-game series. The two division leaders now tied with Cincinnati. La Russa's Cardinals atop the Central Division, and Bud Black's Padres 2 games in front of the Dodgers starting tonight. Another foul. Play has resumed at Wrigley. They had about a 20-25 minute delay where they lost all their light power. It was just darkness at Wrigley.
Wow. How about that place at night during a game and no power, no lights?
Full count now to Molina. Boy, what a first inning. In fact, what first innings for St. Louis last night. The first 4 men, 2 singles and a walk, couldn't score. Tonight, 2 walks and 2 singles and didn't score in the first inning. That one sliced foul down in the bullpen. Chases a flock of birds flew out of there. Red ones. It is a beautiful bird in the wintertime.
Oh, yeah.
Snow.
Oh,
you know well in the Chicago area.
Yep.
Chop to third. Headley charges, gets the big hop, and throws him out. What a big gust of wind coming up just as that last pitch was thrown. This SAP telecast brought to you by Carl's Jr. Get more fruit in your diet with a Hawaiian teriyaki chicken sandwich. Can't say enough about how well Chase Headley has handled the hot corner last month, making all the plays, and last night a couple spectacular.
Chase realizes it's an everyday thing. You know, guys go out and take batting practice, they take their cuts, but guys go to their position and take hundreds of fungos. Some days it might be 50, some days it might be 100. Some days you might come out really early.
Skip Schumacher, the second baseman. He lines this one down the left field line. Fair ball into the corner. Salazar chasing it down. Finally gets the carom. And Schumacher pulls up with a stand-up double. Goes the other way. The 239 hitting second baseman. Brings up the pitcher, Jaime Garcia.
Schumacher does a nice job righty on lefty and taking this ball. It's belt buckle high. A lot of guys might try to spin on that ball. Good looking compact swing. Hitting where they ain't, huh? Wee Willie Keeler back in the day. It's
Not
good
a
hitting.
bad philosophy. A lot of room there. As Tony Gwynn says, look at all that grass where you can hit the ball.
Yep.
There's all kinds of places. Garcia 1 for 16 as a hitter this year. And he chops that one over the mound. Tough play for Hairston. It gets him by a half step. Good play again. The defense holds up. No runs. A double is wasted by the Birds. As Schumacher left at second. It'll be Torrealba, Salazar, Hairston in the second for San Diego. A reminder, fans, tomorrow, Throwback Thursday, presented by Coca-Cola with the Padres and the Cardinals. And the Padres will wear their 1978 uniforms as they meet the Birds at 3:35 tomorrow. No television, so if you're going to see the game, you need to buy a ticket, be here at Petco. Visit Padres.com or call 619-795-5555. Of course, you can listen to Ted Leitner and Andy Mazer, Jerry Coleman on Radio 1090 for the broadcast tomorrow.
Speaking of Jerry,
the Colonel.
He's doing fine. He had a planned procedure today. It was on the books. He had a pacemaker put in.
He did. I didn't know that.
And Brett Peachlow, the fine media relations guru, wanted to pass that along. Jerry is doing fine. Everything's went well. So just want to let people know. Don't get excited. It was a planned procedure on the books. He had it done today, and he's doing great.
You know, that's a fairly simple operation these days, and nothing's going to slow down the Colonel.
Right.
Oh, well, maybe the pacemaker will slow him down. Yeah. Maybe that's what it's intended to do. Garcia against Torrealba to start the second inning. No score. Padre catcher batting .288. Salazar and then Hairston to bat here in the second. Torrealba, stolen base last night, his third, one less than his career high for a season. In the spirit, takes the inside corner a strike. And he is one of the better, probably the best two-strike hitter along with Eckstein on the Padre team. Fouls this one off.
So many things make a great two-strike hitter. maybe choking up a little bit, but realizing, as the point you made earlier, Dick, as far as using the whole field, there's a lot of green out there, right? When guys are just one type of hitter, they have one type of swing from the first pitch to the last pitch, and you don't make that adjustment, you don't hit as well.
He didn't find that ball in on his hands, a slider. First strikeout for Garcia. Garcia, quite a story as you look at this pitch again, down and in. He was drafted 6 years ago by Baltimore, 30th round, the 889th player. Didn't sign. So he waited a year and really moved up. St. Louis took him at the 680th pick the next year. What a pick. Salazar batting .214. And then the left elbow problems in 2007 and the Tommy John surgery. Didn't pitch much at all in 2008. There's a fly ball to right, shallow. In time, that ball drops. Both the second baseman Schumacher and Pujols just watching the play. The right fielder John Jay looking at each other as they raced out, each thinking, I believe, that the other would get the ball. It was hit high enough, and it just falls. Well, there's that green out there. That's right. It's forward to catch hits.
Plenty of knocks out there. And I'll be quite honest with you, folks. When this ball was hit in the air, I was going to mark 9 in my scorebook. But you've got a few Redbirds honing in on this when it's off the end of the bat. And now let's watch the first move from Jay. Did he go back maybe? Did he misread the ball at the bat? Did he lose it in the crowd? Who knows? But a base hit for Salazar. And then Molina, look at him.
He is something, isn't he?
Always in a good position, trying to help out the defense, sneaking up behind the runner at first.
Of course, he has picked off some runners as well, more than any catcher in the league. He loves the idea of throwing behind the runner. First pitch to Jerry Hairston, the home run man last night. His first as a Padre, won it 1-0. And he stroked that off starter Adam Wainwright in the second with 2 out. That's a balk. You heard the cry from second base umpire Jerry Meals. And the balk moves Salazar into scoring position. Tony La Russa aghast at the call. No argument, however.
Let's see if he breaks the 45-degree. Oh, yes. See where he stepped? That is a perfect shot. That was well over 45 degrees. I mean, clearly. He stepped more towards home plate than towards first base. Therefore, getting banged on the balk.
So 0-1 to Hairston with a chance to get the first run home. Let's take another look at it. Go through it, Mark Grant.
See where the dark part of the patch, the dirt out in front of Garcia. See where he steps? He's almost stepping directly towards home plate. Now, a 90-degree angle is from that rubber over to first base and then directly to home plate. Now, if you split that in half, that's 45. You have to stay within that pie, that 45-degree angle, when you throw over to first base. He broke the 45-degree angle, which I personally think was around 72 degrees.
You saw his foot, though, turned
right
toward first base to try. That's part of the deception. Up high, 1-1. Now the Padres and the Cardinals in the first 2 innings have had opportunities. Runners in scoring position in each frame. Salazar with 1 out takes his lead. Line drive center field. And giving ground is Rasmus to make the catch, tagging Salazar. And he'll come over to third. So for the second straight inning, the Padres get a man to third with 2 out. Ball stroked hard by Hairston.
Great read by Salazar as well. A runner hears the ball off the bat. He knows it's struck pretty well. And then he reads name and number on the back of the uniform of Rasmus. Spin. Okay, I see Rasmus. I see the number. He's retreating back. Enables me to tag and move up 90 feet.
And right fielder Chris Denorfia steps in. He's 6 for 22 since being recalled from Portland. Slider.
He's got a good one,
huh?
Hasn't he? Good tilt. That's at 87 miles an hour as well. That's not a soft slider.
Looking for his 4th RBI as a Padre, Denorfia. Ooh, good block there by Molina. Curveball in the dirt.
Curveball. Checks up. Great smother by Molina. You talk about having a catcher you can have confidence in as a pitcher.
Fouled away. So 1 ball, 2 strikes the count. Padres moved Eckstein around to third on a single wild pitch and a ground out. Headley fly to center to end the first. Now a single balk fly out. And with 2 away, it's Salazar at third. And the count 1-2 to Northia. In the dirt and another stop. Molina going to wear out those knee pads. Shin pads digging in the dirt.
You know what the good catchers will say, though? Hey, if I call slider or curveball with 2 strikes, bury it. I will block it for you. That's the kind of catcher he is. Same thing with Torrealba.
3-2 as he floats that one. A change outside. First base open, of course, and Correa, the pitcher, due next. Ball 4, so he wasn't going to give Denorfia anything he could hit. First walk allowed by Garcia. And Correa will have to help himself. He has 3 hits this year in 14 at-bats. Lifetime 122 batter, however, with only 4 runs batted in his career. 4 plus 2 this year, making the 6. Ground ball right back to Garcia. And the inning comes to an end on the comebacker. No runs, a hit. San Diego leaves 2. We go to the 3rd. No score. Your Chase Headley bobblehead doll yet?
I haven't gotten it
Well,
yet.
you know what? These are so valuable. They're under lock and key. We
Really?
can't even get to them. But fans on Saturday, when the Padres play the Washington Nationals, the 5:35 game, the first 25,000 of you will take home their own Chase Headley bobblehead presented by Welk Resorts. Visit Padres.com. You get your tickets tonight.
So that's this weekend.
That's
Saturday.
Right. That's Saturday.
Go home with a collectible.
Add that to the David Eckstein. I know you fans will want to get all the bobbleheads this year. Well, I think total of 5 this year. Curveball Correa. There he is in person. Top of the order, Lopez. He walked to start the game. What a first inning. He walks, tries to steal. Torrealba throws him out. Then Jay singles. Pujols walks. Holiday flies out and then free singles. And Jay trying to score is thrown out by Durango as Torrealba blocks the plate. 2 runners thrown out on the bases in the first inning for St. Louis. After last night in the first inning, they loaded the bases with 1 out on 2 singles and a walk and couldn't score. John Garland shut the door. Swing and a miss. Waving at a sinker. Kevin Correa has his initial strikeout tonight.
Look at the movement of this pitch here. Oh my goodness.
That was a change.
Good call. Nice pickup.
Ball diving away from the left-handed hitter. John Jay gets a rare start as Tony La Russa wants to give him some playing time. There's a sinker at the knees for a strike.
Good movement from Kevin Correa. If he can get locked in, knee-high sinkers all night long, infield will work nicely. We talked about the defense for the Padres. You know, Kevin does well. The 4-seam fastball we just saw there, 91, and his sinker is around 87, 88.
Didn't quite break enough. The curveball kept it outside. That's a strike.
It's not where Torrealba was set up, but it's where the ball crossed the plate. That's a good call by the home plate umpire, Dan Iasonia. Framed it nicely on the inside part of the plate.
Curveball low. Other National League West action. Colorado hammering Arizona 7-0. They're in the 8th. No score Washington and San Francisco in the 3rd. And the Dodgers lead the Cubs in Chicago in the 7th. 7-3. Fly ball sliced to left. Salazar, a long run, and it falls right on the line. No, foul ball. That's very much like a play we had earlier last homestand where a ball landed just off the line that was actually called fair.
I remember that game. That was when Mike Riley was the third base umpire. He called it fair, and we saw the replay. It was clearly foul. Let's see here. Yes. You know, that's almost like exactly the other one, isn't it?
It is. Just misses the foul line. Raises a Roland Garros divot there, a mark. Get the umpire out of the chair. Go down and check the mark. Back to the 3-2 pitch to Jay. This one will stay fair behind third. Headley wants it himself. Called off Hairston, 2 away. So the base is empty as Albert Pujols strides to the dish.
Talk about getting inside and missing with location. He wanted it down and away, but sometimes when you miss, it works to your advantage. It was 3-2. It looked good out of the hand. Jay went after it. It's not where Kevin wanted it, but the bottom line is you got the big out, and now you face Albert with nobody on base.
Pujols walked in the first inning as the first 3 batters reached safely for St. Louis. Ball 1. But Lopez had been thrown out stealing. So that dulled the inning, and eventually Jay was thrown out at the plate. Ripped up the middle, but that's right at Eckstein. Didn't have to move for it. How well positioned was he? 1-2-3, the Cardinal story in the 3rd. Home half coming up. Top of the order, Durango, then Eckstein and Gonzalez. we remind you San Diego Padres baseball brought to you by Lolitas at the Park, where you can enjoy a wonderful evening, happy hour 7 days a week. And by Irving Hughes, life is a lease. Negotiate well.
All 11,179 feet of that beautiful bridge constructed in 1967.
Still have the ferries, though, that run back and forth from the island, and some folks prefer that device.
And that's where Ron Burgundy also lost his dog Baxter, getting kicked over into the Coronado Bay.
So the top of the order, Durango grounded to short his first time up. Already has made an impact on the game, throwing out a runner at the plate. Takes ball one. And look at how shallow. Third baseman Freeze and first baseman Pujols right in on the grass. Last year with 6 hits and 11 at bats when he came up. 5 were infield. There's a chopper to short. Now the long throw across by Lopez. Just in time. That was close.
He's fun to watch, isn't he?
He is the fastest player in the Padres system. A literal greyhound.
On this ball that's chopped on the ground, you can see that Lopez had to back up, and Durango just by a half a step. That's how close it was. And you know, his philosophy's got to be this. Obviously hitting the ball on the ground because there are no bad hops in the air. How do you like this? Is that pretty profound? No bad hops in the air.
Yeah, when he came up late last year, 6 hits and 11 at bats. 5 of the 6 were infield hits. Now you can make a living with those legs. Eckstein singled his first time up. 1-1 the count on him.
Remember Mick the Quick, Mickey Rivers?
Oh, do I ever? Mickey Rivers. I got to tell you a story about Rivers. Ground ball softly to second. Schumacher to Pujols. 4-3. In the days of the Angels where they weren't doing well at all, and if they got 15,000, it meant Nolan Ryan was pitching in Anaheim. They came up with this great idea because Rivers was such an exciting runner that they would have Rivers on a Sunday. They got track people out with guns and tape at the home plate, have him run the bases and set a world record for running the bases. Not, you know, as if there is one, but that would create a world record. So Rivers gets in the blocks at home plate. Gonzalez swing and a miss. And they shoot the gun, and Rivers goes tearing. I mean, he goes around first and second. He's got so much speed. He looked like one of those greyhounds going around. When he hit third, he started skidding. He almost ran right into the dugout. It was probably the slowest trip around the bases in the history of the sport.
So no world record.
No, he was raising dirt and grass and skidding and digging.
He was fun to watch run.
Oh, my. 0-2 on Adrian. Fouled off. He grounded to second his first at bat.
So sliders and a curveball that last pitch from Garcia. Sharp, hard breakers early to get ahead 0-2, and then he tried to flip up a big curveball.
No shift employed by the Cardinal defense. Line drive, right center, but it's right at John Jay for the out. Well hit. But the inning goes 1-2-3 for Jaime Garcia. No score. expression?
Awesome.
Yep, awesome indeed. And it's brought to you by Irving Hughes. Life is a lease. Negotiate well.
We are so spoiled with technology these days. High-def televisions.
Beautiful night, and look at that picture. That's like a postcard in itself. Top of the fourth, no score. Holiday, Freeze, and Rasmus, the middle three in the Cardinal order. Holiday flying to left his first time. Kevin Correa going to work in this scoreless game. Two and 0. 92 on the fastball. That's about the top of Correa's range. That ball pulled foul, plenty of depth, but way foul up into the second tier. Tomorrow, 3:35 game. It'll be LeBlanc, the left-hander, going for the Padres. Swing and a miss, foul tip into the glove of Torrealba. Good fastball gets Holiday swinging, the second strikeout, as we go to our comparison. And this comparison is brought to you by the San Diego County Toyota dealers. The Padres last night with their major league leading 9th shutout of the year. In 1968, the Cardinals led the majors with 27 shutouts, 13 by Bob Gibson. And Gibson that year, was that the year that he had that 1.12 ERA, wasn't it?
1968, you bet. He threw 304 and 2/3 innings.
How many hits in 304 innings?
He only gave up 198 hits.
That's sinful.
Oh.
Hall of Famer Bob Gibson, a great basketball player as well, Creighton University.
And you know, he spent a year with the Harlem Globetrotters, Bob Gibson did.
That's how talented he was. Freeze singled his first time up, 0-2. In 1968 season, when the Cardinals went to the World Series, had a 3-1 lead, lost to the Tigers. Mickey Lolich and Dennis McLean. Was the year of the pitcher. Swing and a miss. Back-to-back strikeouts of Holiday and Freeze for Correa. Well, speaking of Bob Gibson, let's see the big right-hander in action.
Well, you talk about intimidating.
13 shutouts in one season.
Oh. And you know that season in 68 when he threw 304 and 2/3 innings pitched, he only walked 62 batters, as Tim McCarver has congratulations. And Mike Shannon, the third baseman for the Redbirds back then.
He's still around. Shannon's in a couple of booths next door. He's been broadcasting something almost 40 years now with the St. Louis Cardinals. 1-0 to Colby Rasmus. He lined to second baseman Eckstein his first at bat. And let's just check the record in 68 of Bob Gibson. 22-9, infinitesimal ERA, 184 opposing hitters hit, 268 strikeouts. How about 28 complete games?
And he also won a Gold Glove that year. MVP, Cy Young Award, All-Star.
Was that the year that McLean won 30 games for Detroit, 68?
I think it was.
Year of the pitcher. He wasn't the star of the series. Lolich won 3 games. Foul back. And Correa jumping ahead of these Cardinal hitters, 1-2.
31-6, Dick. 1968, Denny McLain.
Last pitcher to win 30 or more. 1-2. Just off the inside edge. Curveball hangs. Full count to Rasmus. Has 7 home runs on the year. Quite a young talent. He's only 23. Just missed. Correa was on his way to the dugout. He thought he had struck out the side. Instead, he has walked the third man. And with 2 outs, brings up Yadier Molina.
I thought this was a ball. That ball's off the plate. It's definitely high enough, I think, but just off the plate a little bit. Good idea from Kevin.
Molina bounced to third, his first at bat. Chopped up the third base line. That's a real tough play. Bare hand and throw. Won't get him. But they got the runner trapped between second and third. And here comes the rundown. And there to make the tag is Adrian Gonzalez. Gonzalez alertly going over to cover second. So running error by Rasmus. That's the third Cardinal thrown out on the bases tonight. Padres College Night brought to you by 91X. College students save on tickets only $8.50. The game starts at 7:05 against Washington, but get there early for a DJ pregame. Get your tickets at padres.com/college night. Hope to see the Cal State San Marcos Cougars and the Toreros of USD.
Always like to see
Tritons of UCSD. How about the Sea Lions?
Oh, yeah. Point Loma Nazarene.
You bet.
Beautiful
San Diego
campus.
State Aztecs. Let's get them out here. Let's see. Interesting to see which of the colleges present the most fans on Friday night. Have a good time. Chase Headley leads off the 4th inning. He fly to center his first time. Hit the ball fairly deep. Took one deep to center to the warning track last night. Couldn't drive it out. That one is looped to Pujols. It started to leap, but didn't have to. Easy out.
We've heard of changeups being thrown by pitchers. That was a changeup off the bat of Chase Headley fooling Pujols. He thought it was hit harder than it really was.
And last night, going back to last night, remember Will Venable crushed one to right center field. I asked him at batting practice, did you get all of that one? He said, I thought it was a home run when I hit it, and then I thought it's at least a triple.
Yeah.
And then the guy catches it. He said, I was kind of happy when I saw the replay to note that my likeness out there knocked him on the ground at least. Here's that play. Venable, look at this. How is this not a home run? He just gets all of it. And Lutwick runs into the wall, right into his likeness.
In the face.
Serves you right, huh?
I thought he got it, and
he did too.
I mean, it was a perfect swing.
He's still explaining it to CY there.
Yeah.
I think he said I was going to touch them all. I'm not sure. Torrealba looks at a ball in the dirt, 1-2. Struck out swinging his first time up. And so far, Jaime Garcia is all that he was promoted to be. Just 23 years young.
I can tell you what Will and Chris Young are talking about. Will's probably asking, hey, did you have that professor in trig class in Princeton? The guy was a real pain in the rump. He was a tough grader.
Trig, calculus, advanced calculus, these guys. 2-2. How unusual is that to have two men in the same dugout, both Ivy Leaguers, both most valuable player in their league in two sports. Chop to third, and that'll be foul. All Ivy in basketball and baseball. I wonder if they're speaking English. Probably throwing a little French at each other, don't you think?
That's an interesting question, if they know any other languages.
I'll bet they do. Well, you had to take a language to get through Princeton. Good eye by Torrealba. Works the count full. Oscar Salazar on deck. It's scoreless here at Petco tonight. One out, bases empty in the home half of the fourth inning. 3-2 pitch. Just a little low. And that is the second walk from the left-hander Garcia. Salazar ballooned that single out between second baseman Schumacher and right fielder John Jay, his first at bat. One of two Padre hits. Eckstein, a line drive single, the other. St. Louis with 4 off Correa. Timeout called by Salazar at the plate. Garcia's been called for a balk. Looking from that third base edge of the rubber.
I don't know.
Pretty close, huh?
That was pretty close as well.
He did take a stronger step toward first, not straight to the plate.
Oh, man, that's still, I think that's more than 45.
Buddy Black doesn't argue. Ball one. I feel that this young guy has the best curveball in the entire St. Louis organization. For that to go with a good fastball that moves, slider, changeup. Pulled foul.
You know, you mentioned the curveball. We saw a heck of a curveball last night from Adam Wainwright, right? And then you mix in Chris Carpenter. I have become such a Chris Carpenter fan watching him pitch last year in San Diego. Of course, you see him on TV occasionally. But then to see Wainwright,
No, they're built for the playoffs. They've got a good hitting lineup and terrific pitching starting rotation. 2-1 to Oscar Salazar. In the bottom of the fourth, no score here at Petco Park. 1-0 last night. A man on deck deciding it with a second inning home run, Jerry Hairston. Again smothered by Salazar.
Here's a guy who laid into a hanging curveball last night. Jerry Hairston waiting on deck.
Swing and a miss, strike 3. Now, speaking of Hairston and his home run that won it last night, let's go back to the second inning. This is the Cold Hard Blast, brought to you by Coors Light, the world's most refreshing beer.
A hanger. Only a couple rows up. And I'm telling you what, if you would have told me last night in the second inning after that home run that would be the only run scored of the evening, I would have taken that bet.
It was his 50th career home run, Mud, and his first since August 26th last year with the Yankees. He is so confident. He exudes self-belief. And as a veteran player, how important that is, regardless of your batting average and all the rest. He acts as though he's hitting 350.
Absolutely, and that's a great trait to have, I think, and it's how you handle yourself. Certain guys handle it different ways, but to me, when a player is like that, if they don't hit well or they don't make the play, they just say to themselves, you know what, it's a fluke. Because I know I'm better than that. The next time they're going to deliver.
1-1. Hitting .235, home run last night, gave him his 13th RBI. 13 was a working number last night. 13th save for Heath Bell. 13th hold for Mike Adams. Garcia ahead. 1 ball, 2 strikes, 2 outs with Torrealba still at first base. Lawyer down in the Cardinal dugout. Tony La Russa. Runner goes, pulled, foul. Last night, the steal by Torrealba, the catcher's third of the season. He had the green light. He was on his own. That wasn't a steal on this pitch. He didn't have the red light out for him. He decided he had a chance to steal. Had no lead at all. He's caught up in the spirit of this aggressive base running team. Here it is last night. Look how no lead at all.
Yeah. Well, Pujols was playing in front of him as well. So as a base runner, you're going to lead off as far as that guy is off the bag. Maybe even a step further. And that's exactly what Jorvik did last night.
That's one of those early, the shortest path is a straight line.
That's right.
How about that straight line?
Yep.
Slide and all.
14 for 23 in his career.
The 3 this year. Back to the plate, and Sherry Hairston, who has fouled off a couple to count 1 and 2. And that one's fair, just fair. Long throw, Freeze with a good arm. And the inning is over. No runs. A man left, 4 stranded by the Padres. No score.
Big game recap brought to you by Murray Lambert Construction. Home remodeling to fit your needs and budget with the Murray Lambert Construction Design Build Package. Get on the web. Visit MurrayLambert.com. Dick?
Smooth.
Thank you.
Top of the fifth. It'll be Schumacher, the pitcher Garcia, and then Lopez, the leadoff man for St. Louis, as they have been shut out for 11 consecutive innings in this 3-game series. On the other hand, the Padres with only 1 run themselves. That good enough for the win last night. Schumacher double to left his first time up as he went the other way. Swing and a miss, 1-1.
Kevin Correa has such a nice changeup. That's part of his repertoire that he's really gotten comfortable with since being over here in a Padre uniform, along with that curveball as well.
You know, you were talking about the good pitching rotation of the Cardinals, and you didn't even mention Brad Penny.
That's right.
He's on the 15-day disabled list. So Tony La Russa really has a starting staff. 2-1. Shot to shortstop Hairston. Backhands and throws high. And he still got down in time for the out. Gonzalez had to do the quick toe dance. Well gloved by Hairston at shortstop. He tossed a little high, pulled his man off the bag, but watch how quickly Gonzalez gets back down.
Just in time. And Dale Scott, the first base umpire, is all over. Good position. Oh, you know, I don't think he ever came off the bag. Did he tiptoe the whole time?
Yeah, with the naked
eye. He did.
Yeah, he did.
And then he came down on it. Nice.
Garcia, the pitcher. Good play by Hairston. With Schumacher at second to end the second inning, he had to go over on the second base side of the bag to throw him out. Pulled toward the hole and threw to right field. The pitcher has hit the ball well both times up. Only his second hit in 18 at-bats this year. The 5th Cardinal hit off Correa. And with 1 out to the top of the order, and Felipe Lopez. Walk and a strikeout for the switch hitting shortstop in the midst of a modest 5-game hitting streak. Down low. Thinking about Gonzalez and that good footwork at the initial bag. Footloose, the musical, is playing over at the Welk Resort, and their singers sang the national anthem tonight. Really well done. Nice stop by Torrealba. Two-0 on Lopez. Jay next, and then the big guys, Pujols and Holiday, waiting their turn.
I guess Footloose could be the battle cry for the San Diego Padres, this team. First in stolen bases. Kick off your Sunday shoes. Everybody cut loose. Footloose.
Very good. Nothing in this game is fancy free, but
very nice.
First place feels footloose and fancy free, doesn't it? 3-0 now to Lopez. And another walk. He's walked twice tonight. That moves the pitcher up to second base with 1 out. The 4th base on balls allowed by Correa. That'll bring Torrealba out for a little meeting. As John Jay steps up, he is single to center and popped to third.
Well, the one thing that sticks out in this series, especially last night, the first thing with John Garland, he was in a bind. He made pitches to get out of that bind. Kevin Correa in the first inning tonight. A little bit of a jam in the first. Walk, 2 walks. 2 base hits, made a pitch, and then the base running blunder to get out of the inning. He needs to make a pitch here.
Yeah, the Cardinals have run themselves out of a chance to score tonight. 3 men thrown out on the bases. Lopez trying to steal second. Jay thrown out at the plate by Durango. And then in the last inning, Rasmus rounding second. And here comes Darren Balsley. He doesn't like what he sees from Correa at the moment. Eckstein and Hairston will come in and join the conversation.
The one thing that I noticed on that last pitch, looked like Kevin kind of worked underneath the baseball a little bit, elbow dropping a little bit, and then pushing the ball, and therefore the ball would go up and out of the strike zone. The one thing that's makes Darren Balsley such a good pitching coach is that he could throw out little nuggets, like little bullet points to help the pitcher in his delivery or in his mindset that they work on the sidelines, in a bullpen. Okay, remember this, remember that. Go out to the mound, just one little phrase or keyword, and bang. Try to get the pitcher just back to where he needs to be.
Here in the fifth, the Cardinals with 2 on, 1 out. 1-0 on John Jay. That'll be foul.
Thank you. That was ball 2.
Looking forward to our visit to St. Louis later in the year.
Oh, yeah.
Such a great baseball town.
Yeah, absolutely.
Talked to St. Louis radio station today, and they were curious about the Padres. They said, well, what do you think when the Padres come to St. Louis later in the year? It's in September, mid-September. Where do you think the two teams will stand then? So you got to believe.
Yep.
Foul, and a good cut by Jay.
Every time we go to St. Louis, even back to my playing days, a sea of red, a collegiate atmosphere, like college football Saturday.
Yeah. And they know the game so well, the fans. Big pitch coming up for Correa, 1-2. Couple of birds aboard. Out of play. Day game tomorrow. Complete this 3-game series. Then Washington in Friday, Saturday night, and Sunday afternoon. And then the Mets Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday next week. Pulled softly to Gonzalez. The flip to Correa. And the runners move up. Garcia, the pitcher, over to third. Lopez, the second. And we're going to pitch to Pujols. We'll see.
Torrealba wanted it down, and once again, he misses with location. But the bottom line is he gets the out. And
they're going to walk Pujols.
Free pass here with first base open.
He leads the National League in intentionally being walked. This will be the 15th time this year. Gonzalez is up there. He's been purposely passed 10 times. But you walk Pujols and you don't exactly have an easy out coming to the plate with the bases loaded and Holiday. And Prince Albert, accustomed to this operation, the highest of compliments, that they just won't let me swing the bat. So he joins Lopez and the pitcher Garcia. Bags are full of birds. And here comes Matt Holliday. He's flying to left and struck out swinging. .378 with the bases loaded in his career. 4 grand slams.
Not really Pat Tabler numbers. Back in the day, Pat Tabler hit like .460 in his career, but still great numbers by Matt Holliday.
Yeah, you're a good hitter, and you know you're going to get a pitch to hit. They're not going to want to walk you and walk in a run.
That's the mindset, I think, for a hitter. The pressure is on the pitcher. He's got to come to me. We've got a scoreless game here. He does not want to walk in the first run.
Way outside, ball 1. Slider. Meanwhile, the Cubs with a couple of runs have closed the gap as the Dodgers lead is now 7-5 in the 8th inning. Colorado has beaten Arizona 7-3. Two 2-0. Now the pressure squarely on Correa's shoulders with the bases loaded. falling behind 2-0.
Working down, thinking movement, get a grounder. Up to 2 strikes. Up to 2 strikes, then maybe think about the strikeout.
3-0. Edward Mujica begins to throw quickly in the Padre pen. Three and 0. Strike. He just caught the corner with that one. It looked to be in the same place as the last one. Holiday smiling.
I actually think the 2-0 pitch was better than this pitch here. He gets a call.
And here is 3-1. He'll be swinging if he likes this one. Bases loaded. 2 out. Strike 2. Boy, those are 2, actually 3 tough borderline pitches with the bases loaded.
That's exactly where a pitcher wants to be. Outside corner, knee high. Even great hitters have difficult time with that pitch.
Padre fans want a strikeout. Runners go. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. Oh, my. Correa, bases loaded from 3-0. Strikes out Holiday on a sinker. And the Cardinals leave 3 on base. No runs, a hit, and 3 left. Halfway mark, still scoreless. Boy, what brave effort that was. 3-0 and strikes out a Holiday with the bases loaded.
That was some big league pitching. So let's check out the pitch track. First pitch slider, down and away, trying to keep the ball down and away. Misses big time. And he goes to 3-0 on that pitch. Now that, according to tracks, was a strike. The 3-1, ball, 3-0 rather, and then pecking away. And then the last pitch, it had some sink to it, had some late action. Holiday swings over the top of it. That was a huge sequence to Matt Holiday for Kevin Correa.
And if you're a Padre fan, that chicken teriyaki just tasted a lot better.
Yes, it did.
So Correa, he comes out swinging a bat. He'll be second due here in the bottom of the 5th inning. DeNorfia, then Correa and Durango against Jaime Garcia. Only 2 hits for the Padres tonight. Single by Eckstein in the 1st inning and a looping hit by Salazar in the 2nd. Here plate umpire Dan Iasonia. Ball down.
You know, going back to that Correa sequence, it just goes to show. Remember I mentioned earlier how these pitchers, when needed, they have to make the big pitch or pitches to get out. They've been doing that night in and night out consistently. Sure, there's going to be times when they miss and they give up a home run or whatever, or double in the gap to clear the bases. But the big picture, they're hitting their spots.
Certainly dealing with an explosive situation as he strikes out Holiday with the bases loaded.
You see the reaction from Torrealba, too? Like a little kid in Little League going to get like a dollar treat after the game.
Get the corn dog and the cotton candy.
Oh, yeah.
Soda.
Be sure to thank Mr. and Mrs. Grant. They bought the treats tonight, guys.
That's right. Your turn. What parent has
those were the great days, weren't they? We get little chips at 25 cents on it,
right.
or 50 cents.
1-2. And that one to third. Charged by Freese, bare hand, and he gets him at first. Good play at both ends by Freese on the bare hand grab and throw, and Pujols showing that he can handle that leather rather nicely. Thank you.
Throwing from down under. Albert stays on the bag. Yeah, that's
does he stay on the bag? Boy, he pulls off. I mean, that's just a. Yeah, he stays there. Quick to get off. Good first baseman. They know when they stretch way out that sometimes they can leave the bag, and I think that's what Buddy Black is arguing, that Pujols didn't maintain contact with the base.
You know, I think it goes back to last inning. That last out in the fourth inning, as we take a look at Albert picking it. Remember Jerry Hairston grounded out to third? I thought that Pujols pulled his foot big time when Jerry Hairston was thrown out 5-3.
And that's any veteran first baseman. They will do that. Correa swings at the first pitch and lofts it shallow to left. A long run in, and the catch made by Matt Holliday. 2 away, and the leaderboard brought to you by Los Primos Mexican Food. 18 Southern California locations, home of the Monster Burrito. National League leaders, ERA. Ubaldo Jimenez of Colorado, 0.99, and Jaime Garcia second with Livan Hernandez. We're going to see him Sunday pitching for the Nats. Tim Hudson of Atlanta and John Garland in the top 5 after last night's 7 shutout innings, 2.10. Luis Durango has grounded to short twice. Fastball on the outside corner. Bunted toward first. Pujols has to throw back, not in time. Boy, can he run. Beautifully placed bunt and an infield hit for Durango. The Durango kid is struck.
That was fun to watch because it's placed perfectly down the first base line. Durango stays in the running lane, and Pujols cannot get enough on the throw and the throwing lane in fair territory to get the speedy Durango.
Pujols was hoping he could make the grab and tag, but Durango was by him. And now let's see how Durango and the strategy challenges catcher Molina. Led the Pacific Coast League stolen bases with 17. Well, during spring training, not only the major leaguers but all the minor leaguers in camp, it was consistent throughout the month of March. The emphasis on aggressive base running all the way down to the lowest level minor leagues for the Padres, trying to develop a culture where even the very youngest of players feel that when they're on base, they got to think the possibility of a steal. And of course, that goes all the way up to Portland, the AAA club. And this man, who could become one of the best ever, but he's still learning. But he has the potential. He can't steal first base, but if he can hit, he's a 60-70 steal guy. Eckstein takes it high, ball 1. And in this situation, a veteran like Eckstein, always thinking, has to figure he's going to get fastball.
And David will get the sign from the third base coach. He will check out the defense. Where Schumacher's playing, where Pujols is playing.
Well, so far, Garcia hasn't really shown a good move over there. I mean, he's got the left-handed advantage move, but not that killer move that, say, Clayton Richard has. And he has balked. Way high again with the fastball. So 2-0 to Eckstein. Just the presence and threat creating a different environment, and that'll bring La Russa, or is this Dave Duncan coming out?
Dave Duncan, it looks like the pitching coach, going to settle down his left-hander as Rick Renteria has a chat with Luis Durango over at first base. They were chatting in the clubhouse today, going over some things. Rick translating for the youngster. I think the concentration here, if he steals a base, he steals the base. The Cardinals have 2 outs. I think Garcia should concentrate on making a good pitch to Eckstein here.
And that may be why Tony La Russa sent Duncan out there, that don't get careless or worry so much about him stealing second, that you groove one to Eckstein, because on occasion, as we know, he can hit it out of the ballpark.
And you know what? Durango, if Eckstein, if he makes a mistake, look at how shallow the outfield is playing in center and right. If he squares up on one, Durango scores from first easily.
Yeah, left center field is wide open. If Eckstein hits one in that direction, Durango would score standing.
Also,
look at that hole.
You know what else they've done in the past? After a pickoff move like this, a time play where Molina will throw behind the runner at first base. Watch for a pickoff from Molina right here after this pitch.
Outside, ball 3. Well, he's a pitch away from putting Eckstein on and bringing Gonzalez to the plate with 2 men on. Adrian hit it sharply last time up. A line drive out to right. Little run and hit here. San Durango, and let Eckstein go. Nope. Ball 4. Eckstein acted as though that was going to be called a strike. Third walk from Garcia. So a bunt single and a walk with 2 outs here in the 5th. And here's Adrian Gonzalez.
Well, Adrian hit the ball hard his last time up. But still, now you've got lefty on lefty. Seeing Garcia throw the breaking ball down and away to Adrian, the slider in particular. Plus, there's a force at any base now.
See if Adrian goes to left field. He's had a lot of success the last couple of weeks going the other way. Ball 1. Ball 2. Just the body language of Garcia a little different in this inning.
Sure. I don't know whether he thinks he's getting squeezed. Tony's chirping at the home plate umpire. You know, but that was clearly a ball, though. That ball was inside.
2-0 to Gonzalez. 3-0. Garcia just a little off rhythm here in this inning after getting the first 2 men, Denorfia and Correa. The bunt single by Durango. The walk to David Eckstein, and now 3-0 to Gonzalez. Green light him. High strike.
Let's see what Trax thinks. Yeah,
and dip down in the strike zone. 78th pitch coming up. 3-1, and he throws that one inside for ball 4. So a bunt single and 2 walks. So 60-foot base hit is all that the Padres have produced to load the bases. And it's up to Chase Headley. He's fly to center and pop to first. A little soft pop fly to Pujols. Wouldn't this be the time to hit a gapper?
And once again, like last inning for the Cardinals, when Holiday was up there, all the pressure on Kevin Correa. Well, here, this is the third time around for Chase Headley. He's 0 for 2. The pressure's on Garcia.
Last 10 pitches, 8 have been balls to walk Eckstein on 3-1 and Gonzalez on a 3-1 pitch. No score, but the base is loaded with 2 outs. Strike. Slider on the inside corner. Headley's average has been well documented. Not quite the same from the right side. Much more productive from the left side. Way out in front of the changeup, a change curve, and it's 0-2. He's hitting only .204 right-handed this year, .315 from the left side. Two-strike pitch.
Bounce one here. Maybe a slider in the dirt. This is where Molina comes into play, helping out his pitcher.
Strike 3 called with the bases loaded. Headley looks at strike 3, a slider, and the inning is over. So both teams in the 5th load the bases. Neither can score. Here's that last pitch right at the top of the strike zone. Pitchers duel continues. No score. Time for True Baseball Stories, brought to you by Farmers Insurance. To find a Farmers agent, call 800-FARMERS or visit farmers.com, because ready feels good. Speaking of pitching, how about the perfecto Harvey Haddix of the Pittsburgh Pirates? The left-hander went 12 perfect innings against the Milwaukee Braves and then lost 1-0 in the 13th on a Joe Adcock base hit for Milwaukee. That on this date in 1959. There's a drive to center field. Durango quickly into the gap to make the catch. One pitch, one out as David Freese lines to center.
Well, that's a tough day in the big leagues. Being perfect for that long and then end up taking the L.
I can remember I was working on my doctoral dissertation. I was sitting up in the office writing and listening on the radio.
Really?
You know, somehow They said, well, there's a perfect game being pitched by Harvey Haddock. So I got to my little radio and I started, at night in Bloomington, Indiana. You could pick up the Pittsburgh
KDKA?
broadcast. Yep.
Was it Bob Prince?
It was Bob Prince.
Nice. The gunner.
Colby Rasmus has lined to second and walked. One of those thrown out on the bases when he rounded second too aggressively on an infield hit by Molina. And the count goes to 2-0. Quite a fifth inning. Both pitchers bailing themselves out of a bases loaded jam, each with a strikeout to end the inning. That was an awkward delivery. 3-0. Luke Gregerson and Ryan Webb start to get ready in the bullpen for the Padres. Gregerson warmed up last night but did not pitch as Garland went through 7, and then Adams worked the 8th and Heath Bell the 9th. 7th inning has been his. This is an inning early, so could be Webb if relief is needed. 3-0.
High strike.
High strike again.
Yep. Hey, he's consistent,
He
right?
is.
And you have to admire that. I like that. I think Dan Iasonia is calling a good game. Good tailing fastball right there, getting the outside corner.
Inside. That's the 6th walk given up by Correa. His pitch total now up to 96. Meanwhile, up at San Francisco, Tim Lincecum having difficulties with the Washington Nationals. Washington leading 6-1, bottom of the 5th inning. We'll see them over the weekend. One of the surprising teams in baseball. Dodgers scored an additional run in the 9th, lead 8-5 at Chicago. Cubs up in the last of the 9th. And Colorado has beaten Arizona 7-3. Ball 1 to Molina.
Torrealba telling him to calm down a little bit, slow it down, and keep that front shoulder tucked in. 97th pitch for Kevin Correa. With certain pitchers, they get to a certain mark and they start to maybe drop the elbow a little bit, work underneath the baseball.
Fastball is now at 89.
And there are guys that once they get to it, I'm not a big fan of the pitch count, but there are certain guys once they reach a certain plateau, it's like you have to keep an eye on him and time it just right to get him out of that game. Kevin's good for about 105, 110 pitches.
Well, haven't we conditioned the pitchers to think in terms of pitch counts?
In a way, yes. I think that's a good point. And that's what, the last thing I would want if I'm a pitching coach is for a guy to be looking at the score, oh, I'm up around 100 pitches, then it gets inside your head. And no, that's a good point.
1 out. Rasmus at first. Strike 2. Slider. Infield looking for the double play chance. Molina leads the Cardinals. He's wrapped into 7 double plays.
So this is the area where Kevin Correa really has to be careful. It's a tie ball game, scoreless ball game. Not a lot of hits. But it could be that one pitch that could be the difference. Like last night, the hanging curveball from Wainwright to Jerry Harrison Jr.
1-2.
Good pitch.
Long study of the signs at Torrealba. 2-2. Strike three called. He hits the outside corner. Molina didn't like it. And Correa has his 5th strikeout.
Looked like something off speed. See if he can catch it out of the hand. It looks like a two-seamer that he just brings back a little bit. It's definitely high enough. Upper thigh high. Molina thought it was off the plate just a little bit.
So here's Skip Schumacher. Double to left and a ground ball to short. Hits the ball the other way both times.
Yeah, that might have even been a, I don't know whether he just took a little bit off with the two-seamer. It might have even been a changeup that he struck out Molina with.
One and one. He's giving both pitchers that high strike. And we've talked about it. I mean, I'm all in favor. That's
me too.
By the rule book, it's the letters of the hitter, not the between the letters in the belt. Plate umpire Ayasanya giving the pitchers that strike.
Change up.
Pulled to first, easy out for Gonzalez. And Kevin Correa has worked through 6 shutout innings. Padres come up in the 6th. It'll be Headley, Torrealba, Salazar. Fan of the Game brought to you by Fan Diego, your energy savings expert. 4 locations. Visit fandiego.com. For ceiling fans, go to Fan Diego. All ages, all kinds, all sizes, all colors. Great to have you here at Petco tonight. Hope to see you tomorrow afternoon. Final game of this 3-game series. And then it'll be Washington in for the weekend and the Mets Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday next. Still no score. As we go to the bottom of the 6th inning, Torrealba has struck out and walked. Easy roller out to second baseman Schumacher. 1 pitch, 1 out for Garcia. He has thrown 83 pitches. One has to think that with the bullpen still busy for the Padres, that Correa's work is done for the night. Over 100 pitches, and it was a workmanlike effort. 6 hits and 5 walks.
Absolutely. And the most that Kevin has thrown on a season is 108. He did that twice this year.
Salazar shortening up to bring in that third baseman. Count goes 2-0. He had a bloop single to right and struck out. Oscar's due to tag one out in front of that changeup.
Well, he's got those electric batting gloves working. I'm hoping that the electricity goes down into the bat. Oh, look out. He's done that before, hasn't he? Let go of the bat? Didn't that happen in Seattle as well?
He pinwheels it all the way back to the backstop. Maybe that's why he's wearing those high-octane gloves.
I'm surprised he doesn't go to the Pine Tower rag. Just take a look at this swing. And that was on a foul ball. You know, you see it when guys swing through a pitch, but not on a foul ball. That's very odd.
2-2. Pulled to third. Tough play for Freese, and the long throw is on the money. I like what I see of this young David Freese at third. He's made a couple of good plays tough plays look easy tonight. So Jerry Hairston, the hitting hero last night with a solo home run, comes up. He is lined to center and grounded to third. One out away from 15 consecutive innings with no runs scored by the Cardinals and one by the Padres. We knew we'd get some good pitching numbers. There's that high strike. Five hits for the Birds tonight, 3 for the Padres. Late on that fastball. Well, in 4 minor league seasons, young Garcia was 24 and 25, ERA 3.49. That's significant. And then to come up here in his rookie year and allow a batting average of 203, 6th lowest in the league. Another soft roller to the second baseman. Schumacher, quick throw in time. 3 ground ball outs. 1-2-3 inning for Garcia. We go to the 7th, still scoreless. Seventh inning, Subway $5 footlongs taste like a fortune, fans, but they're still just $5. So many favorites. Blazing Buffalo Chicken is one, $5 all day, every day. Subway, eat fresh. Luke Gregerson comes in to pitch for the Padres in the top of the 7th inning. What a hearty job by Kevin Correa. 6 innings, no runs, 5 hits, 6 walks, 5 strikeouts as he continues the shutout pitching, blanking this tough St. Louis Cardinal order. Ryan Ludwig will be the pinch hitter that Gregerson will face first. Venable comes into the game in right field with Denorfia moving over to left. Salazar out. You can put the pitcher in Salazar's spot, and Venable will hit in the 9th hole and will bat second in the bottom of the 7th inning. So that's all for Jaime Garcia, as Ludwig, who started in right field, made a terrific catch of the Venable long drive last night. Andrews is a pinch hitter. He was 0 for 4 last evening. And one of those patented Gregerson sliders gets a strike. And then the fastball at the knees, 0-2.
Well, Ryan Ludwig. You know what's the unique distinction about him? Bats right, throws left.
Not too many of those in the history of this game.
Nope.
Swing and a miss. Inside jammed him. So Gregerson comes in and on 3 pitches takes care of the pinch hitter Ludwig. Top of the order, Felipe Lopez. Lopez has walked twice tonight and struck out. Sails away, ball 1. Well, as we meet National League teams and Seattle Mariners, American League teams, for the first time, they all are asking the media, what are the Padres doing? First place, what a surprise. And the answer, uniformly, pitching, and then they see it for themselves.
Yep.
And the Cardinals here have seen 15 consecutive shutout innings thrown at them. 1-1. Swing and a miss at a changeup.
Well, that's a great pitch for Luke. Why? Because a lot of teams, they do the scouting report. They say, okay, this guy's known for the slider. You can probably sit on the slider. Well, what do? You pull the string on a changeup? That'll put him in fits.
1-2. Garcia then goes 6 innings of shutout ball, only 3 hits, 4 walks, and 3 strikeouts. You can see why he's so highly touted in only 23. So we'll have a new pitcher in the bottom of the 7th inning when the Padres come up. Swing and a miss, strike 3. And there's that dandy slider striking out Ludwig and now Lopez. John Jay will bat next. Look at the bottom fall out of that.
Oh, yeah, the great tilt. And you think pitchers are superstitious? Well, on the left is the away uniform. Luke Gregerson goes with the tan glove. And on the right at home, his girl is the black glove. Who said pitchers or players were superstitious?
Fouled out of play by John Jay. Did you have a home and away glove?
I did not. I was lucky to have one.
Isn't that what you signed for? No, you signed a nice bonus. I know. What was your superstition?
You know what? I was, lucky T-shirt. And, after my career, I found out that it wasn't so lucky.
But if you won, you kept that T-shirt. Did you launder it? Did you wear it stinky?
Yeah. No, I never wore it. I had it laundered.
Oh, yeah. You did?
I wanted my teammates to remain, friendly.
Didn't that wash the luck out of it, though?
Yeah.
I mean, that makes no sense.
I know. Usually you'd want to have things growing on it, huh?
No, I've noticed you're a meticulous kind of guy. Jay fouls that away, and again, Gregerson ahead on the count. 2 strikes on the batter.
Did you have any superstitions playing ball when you were younger?
I just tried to copy,
Ted.
Whatever, Ted Williams, or, I was a Tiger fan growing up in Michigan, and Harvey Keene, how he would hit out of that closed stance. Some players don't step on line, so I figured, well, I better not step on the line. 0-2. Pull, foul. Skipping rope down there at first base was Dave McCabe. Gingerly so, I might add. No one on here in the 7th. Gregerson has come on to strike out 2, and the count 0-2. High fly, center field. Giving some ground is Durango. And Gregerson works a 1-2-3-7 to the stretch half of the 7th. No score, the Cardinals and Padres. Game has been sung. 7th inning stretch, and you can stretch your dollar. It's your San Diego Hyundai dealers. Get more MPG, more value, and double the warranty. Online at SanDiegoHyundaiDealers.com. Beautiful shot of downtown San Diego. In comes the bearded right-hander Kyle McClellan, with Ludwig staying in the game playing right field, replacing John Jay. Last of the 7th, no score. Chopped over the mound. Chris Denorfia hustling up the line, has a base hit. That was a do-or-die play by the shortstop Lopez. He had to field it cleanly and throw quickly and couldn't come up with it. So Chris Denorfia with an infield hit. Only the 4th base hit. Only 3 off Garcia, the starter. Good direction right over second base.
And it looked like Lopez drew some leather on that bounce. You know, if he catches that cleanly, who knows what happens at first base.
Will Venable bats for the first time. Cardinals looking for the sacrifice. Venable with that long out to right center, and the brilliant catch by Ryan Ludwig last night. Out by the 400 sign. There's the likeness in right center. That's exactly where Ludwig caught the ball last night. Banged into that and was knocked onto the warning track by the smiling Venable. 1-1. So he's not up there bunting. And with Pujols holding on to Denorfia, there's a sizable hole there on the right side if Venable can pull a ball.
Yeah, if he can get a breaking ball like a slider or a cutter that McClellan throws and hook it into that hole.
Denorfia, good base runner, good speed. McClellan, a native from Arizona. That one's fouled down the left field line, and that'll slice back into the audience. First time tonight that the Padres have had the leadoff man on. Well, and you only have 4 hits. Exactly their total last night.
Are you getting the feeling, but I'm sure Padre fans are getting the feeling as well, all they need is 1 run, especially at this point in the game.
1-2. Broken bat, and there goes the barrel. Boy, McKay had to hustle to get out of the way of that one. Another mashed maple. Oh, excuse me, Renteria.
I think that bat may have got him a little bit in the leg.
Rick is trying to watch the runner and see if the ball is fair, and so he has that late look, and that's why wearing the helmets. It came out of a tragic situation, but boy, what a good idea. Those coaches are so close. I don't know why they aren't hit more often. Hey, that's a little funky chicken I think he did there. Very nice. Rick, all right. There's that snap throw. Molina down to first base, and Denorfia just gets back. Boy, is he cat quick.
Talking about that a couple innings ago, and especially with the left-handed hitter up there. He's set up inside. If the fastball misses inside, it gives him some momentum going towards that first base line, so he can get a good throw down to first base.
Pitch was high, so the count 2-2 now to Venable. Three and two. Sails that one wide. McClellan last year particularly tough as a right-handed pitcher against left-handed batters. He allowed a 198 batting average to lefties and only one home run all season. Mike Adams getting ready. As apparently Bud Black's going to go to the gab. Gregerson, Adams, Bell tonight. There goes the runner. Swung on and struck out, but Venable is in with a stolen base. Or Denorfia as Venable strikes out. So Denorfia head first, able to beat the tag as Venable strikes out on the 3-2 pitch.
Well, Molina behind home plate, as you take a look at the jump from Denorfia, has thrown out 53% of the base runners. Major league average is about 32-33%. He just gets his hand in there in time. And that's another King Stallman stolen base. Don't get caught stealing in life. Baseball, it's okay.
54th steal of the season by the major league leaders, the Padres. Durango, the leadoff man, turns it around, batting left-handed. Had a bunt single in 3 trips, 2 ground outs to short, hitting from the right side against starter Jaime Garcia. Right. Denorfia, by the way, that's his first steal. Foul tip into Molina's glove. 1-2. Natural right-hander. Durango with all that speed. They wanted him to switch hit at a young age. Fouled out of play.
Dick, I want to take a look at this defense in the outfield. Look at how shallow they're playing with Durango. Of course, with that runner on second base as well. The type of hitter that Durango is, hits the ball on the ground. If they hit it in the air, he doesn't have much pop. So they want to try to gun down that runner that they chose to send him at second base. But very shallow in the outfield.
Yeah, line hit. It'll be tough for Denorfia to score. Good stop again by Molina. The curveball down in the dust.
Well, McClellan is a 4-pitch pitcher. He throws a fastball, a slider, and a cutter. Curveball and a changeup. So if you want to call it 5 pitches, 5-pitch pitcher.
2-2. Did he go? No. Close. 3-2.
Wow, very close, I think. Very close. Make it hurt.
So 3-2 to Durango with the runner at second. Ground ball weakly to short. Lopez, the quick throw there in time. Boy, even on a routine ground ball, he made it a close play at first. As Denorfia moves to third, and David Eckstein steps up.
You're right. No room for error, right? When Durango puts the ball on the ground for the infielders, that puts pressure on the infielders as well.
You better field it cleanly and get that ball in your throwing hand right now. Eckstein, a single his first time up, and is grounded out and walked. David with a dozen runs batted in this year. His hit back in the first inning was his 50th of the season.
See Eck kind of looking down with the bill of his cap down, kind of eyeing the infield, seeing where everyone is positioned.
If you're a Padre fan, I can't think of a better man up in this situation.
Absolutely.
Ball 2. With Adrian Gonzalez on deck. And again, center fielder Colby Rasmus is very shallow and way over into right center. Big hole in left center field. Ball 3. Well, they're pitching Eckstein as if they were working to a cleanup hitter. Three and one.
You know, Tony La Russa has two left-handers down in that bullpen. We saw Dennis Reyes last night. They also have Trevor Miller, but Adrian Gonzalez on deck. Lefty.
Nobody throwing. A soft ground ball. Shortstop Lopez right at him, and the inning is over. So Kyle McClellan strands a runner at third. That's the third time tonight an inning has ended with a Padre perched at third. No score. The duo of John Weisbarth and Bob Scanlon standing by for the Sequan Casino postgame show immediately following our game right here on Channel 4 San Diego. Sequan Casino is San Diego's daycation getaway.
They've got their clip-on ties ready to go out there at DVT. If they want to talk to real pros as far as ties, they need to talk to us.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, we could have our seminar. Maybe we should have the mid-season seminar.
There you go.
All-Star break. There he is. His better side, by the way. Only kidding, Bob. Only kidding. He's ready. He's ready. All right, guys. Let's hope you have something exciting here offensively from the men in the white uniforms. But no score through 7. No runs, 5 hits for the Cardinals. No runs, 4 hits for San Diego. 8 left by each team. And here he comes, Albert Pujols. He's walked twice, once intentionally and grounded to second. followed by Holiday and Freeze. Three right-handed batters facing Mike Adams. Adams worked the 8th inning last night. A couple of balls hit hard off him, but he retired the side in order. Swing and a miss at a breaking ball.
Unbelievable. You know what? And I know you're going to agree with me. The Padres have 3 guys in that, 2 guys, including Keith Bell. 2 guys before him that could close for a lot of big league clubs. Luke Gregerson, I'd bet on him to close the ball game. Mike Adams, oh yeah.
0-2 to Pujols. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Oh, he just reared back and gave him his best stuff. 1, 2, 3. Slider with a strikeout. Well, you mentioned Luke Gregerson, and here's the strikeout pitch again. Boy, that was right in there.
See the rotation, little dot, got him on the slider.
That Luke Gregerson was a former Cardinal property.
Yes.
Khalil Green trade brought him here to San Diego. Khalil currently not in the baseball picture, and hopefully his emotional condition is settling. Swing and a miss by Holiday. He struck out twice and flied to left. Such a popular player here. Well, many fans were disappointed when traded away. No longer in baseball, and Gregerson, one of those acquired in that deal, very prominent in that bullpen for San Diego. A ball and a strike to Holiday. 1 out here in the 8th inning. A scoreless tie. I guess that's one of your redundancies, isn't it?
Scoreless tie?
It's scoreless, it is tied. Dodgers did beat the Cubs 8-5. Washington is leading the Giants 7-2 in the 7th. Colorado over Arizona 7-3 a final. The action pitch, 2-1. 94 again with a fastball riding through the strike zone.
Oh, here it is. See how far you can hit it. 94-mile-an-hour fastball. Says it's inside. Oh, it's inside the, yeah, right down and away.
Inside the strike zone.
That's no Holiday there. Trying to hit that.
Two and two. And that one punched foul. Well back into the lower tier.
A good spotted fastball here to Holiday should put him away. But if you do throw a breaking ball, bounce it out of the zone.
Another offering in 2-2. Misses away with the fastball. It's a tough play for Headley. He gets him. Another outstanding play by the third baseman. My, oh my, as he played an outstanding third base for the last month. In these 2 games against the Cardinals, a couple of brilliant efforts.
I remember in spring training, Chase said, you know, I really didn't get a lot of chances of coming in on baseballs to where I can bare hand. Just not a lot of opportunities. Once again, working day in and day out, he has perfected that play. He rounds the ball, catches it on his right side, barehanded, not out in front, Watch it on the right. Just come up throwing Kent Tekulve-like for the strike over to first.
Bang, bang play. 2 away. So Pujols and Holiday are down, and now here's David Freese. He's hit the ball hard twice, a line single to center and a line out to center, and he has also struck out. Ball's up. You could hear plate umpire Oyasanya. Bottom of the 8th, it'll be Gonzalez, Headley, and Torrealba for the Padres. Pours in a 92-mile-an-hour fastball. Well, both starting pitchers, Kevin Correa and Jaime Garcia, terrific 6 shutout innings. Neither will be involved in the final decision. One and one. That'll be out of play.
Oh, the sounds of baseball. You got to love it, huh?
I think Freese thought he had popped into foul territory. Was going to be out. Was upset with himself. And Mike Adams in front. 1 ball, 2 strikes. No one on. 2 outs here in the 8th. Trying to pick that outside corner. Three and two, just off the edge at 95.
Yeah, this is a ball. Consistently about 95 for Mike Adams.
That'll be in the seats down the right field line. Gonzalez takes a look. We saw Chris Young and Will Venable talking to Princeton basketball stars. Adams was quite a basketball player himself. All-state in high school in Texas. Played at Texas A&M Kingsville. Doesn't like the first sign. Here comes the 3-2.
Oh, he threw him a slider last pitch.
Strike 3 called. Caught the inside corner. Freese was on his way to first base. No way, he says, and plate umpire says, yes, you're out. 2 strikeouts for Mike Adams in a 1-2-3 8th inning. And we go to the home half of the 8th. The Birds nothing and the Padres nothing. Was it a strike? Right on the edge. Adrian Gonzalez takes a strike, leading off the bottom of the 8th inning. He's grounded out line to right and walked tonight. Headley and Torrealba to follow. If anyone gets on base, then it's the pitcher's spot. Up the middle, over second base, base hit. Leadoff single by Gonzalez here in the bottom of the 8th inning. And if you're traveling this season, take the Padres with you. Subscribe to MLB.tv. See every Padres game live or on demand on your computer. Visit Padres.com. Order, get more details. MLB.tv. You can take baseball everywhere. The Padres everywhere. Batting left-handed, Chase Headley, his better side, with Gonzalez at first base. No one out here in the 8th. Changeup down low, ball 1. Yeah, manager Buddy Black not playing sacrifice, played for 1 run at home.
Yeah, hey, he's your cleanup hitter, right? I mean, there are certain ways to look at it, but you make a good point.
He is the cleanup hitter, but the numbers, 3 home runs, 18 RBIs. And you look at cleanup hitters through the league, he doesn't possess the power of most, but he does have that right side open, 2-0, and there's a strike. Headley, with the bases loaded in the 5th inning, took strike 3. 1 of 4 times tonight. That one looped to left, a long run for Holiday, and he runs out of room and in foul territory. The ball drops just at the edge of the box seats. The Padres have ended an inning 4 times tonight with a runner at third base.
Look out.
Fan interfering there.
Matt Holiday's like, dude, let go of my leg.
Interesting note that Headley in his career has 0 sacrifice bunts. 2-2. Ooh, that was a good looking pitch.
Yes, it was. Yes, it was. Now look at the way Molina set up. Trax liked it.
That sure looked good. 3-2. Swung on and missed, strike 3. Foul tipped it, and Headley has struck out for the 2nd time tonight. It's the 2nd man struck out by Kyle McClellan. So what appeared to be a promising position, single, Gonzalez at first, and 2-0 start on Headley, but McClellan able to rear back and strike him out. Torrealba has struck out, walked, and grounded to second. Matt Stairs moves into the on deck circle. We're in the 8th inning. No score here at Petco. .91 right through the heart of the plate. Catchers sharing the wealth. Torrealba starting his 23rd game. Hundley has started 23. That one full foul.
That guy needs to get back in his chair. Come on. Don't interfere with him.
Yeah, the security guard's going to say, hey, enough's enough here. Stay in your seat.
We just don't want him to get hurt.
Inside, 1-2.
See Torrealba choking up on the bat, a little bat control, being short and quick to the baseball. You see why Freese is guarding the line there, because that sinker down and into McClellan. Try to dive away from that foul line at third base to take away that extra base hit.
Runner at first, of course. Gonzalez does not have much speed. Another good stop by Yadier Molina. He's dug 5 or 6 balls out of the dirt tonight. That a curveball.
Great
well
technique,
played, huh?
Yep.
Well played. There just was no place for that ball to go except into his body. There's a late swing from Torrealba.
He nearly picked that one out of the catcher's glove.
Cincinnati shut out Pittsburgh tonight as you look at Matt Stairs on deck. So the Cardinals need a win to maintain a hold of first place in the Central with the Reds. High pop fly, shallow center. Easy chance for Rasmus. 2 away. Matt Stairs batting for Mike Adams in the 6th spot in the batting order. Stairs with his first Padre home run up in Seattle over the weekend.
Well, Trevor Miller was up in that. In fact, he's still up in that Cardinal bullpen, the left-hander, but Tony La Russa staying with McClellan.
That ball hit the left center field, and it might be up the gap. Here goes Gonzalez around second. The ball rolling all the way to the 401 sign. Gonzalez around third. Here comes the relay. Gonzalez scores. It's 1-0. Veteran Matt Stairs, pinch hitter deluxe. That's why they signed him off the bench to drive a ball to the gap in left center and score Gonzalez for the first run of the game.
Well, we know that Tony La Russa likes to make moves to the bullpen with matchups. McClellan throws a fastball up and away. Stairs takes it the opposite way, totally beating the defense. Adrian is on his horse. And that's the one run that the Padres might need tonight. Well played, Stairs.
Gonzalez with a single to start the inning after 2 out. Stairs brings him home with that long double to left center field. His 5th RBI as a Padre. And here's Jerry Hairston. Chance to add to that 1-0 lead here in the bottom of the 8th. Just outside ball 1. Hairston is lined to center, grounded to third, and grounded to second.
I'm very surprised that Tony La Russa did not go to the left-hander.
Miller is surprised as well by that posture. Two 2-0. Hairston can look for a ball that he can hit as the smile from Gonzalez says, anyone have an oxygen tank? It's nice. He has such a good smile. I wish he'd use it more often. Whoa, did it hit him? If it didn't, it's a wild pitch, and over to third goes Matt Stairs. And you heard something click. I guess that was the ball going off Molina.
I think you're right, Dick. I think that may have hit the leather. It was a high breaking ball from McClellan. Let's take another look. High breaking ball. Hits the glove and then the umpire's leg.
That's what we heard.
Yep.
Yeah, the shin guard of the umpire.
Yep.
So 3-0 to Jerry Hairston with a bonus run 90 feet away. Clayton Richard, Gonzalez. I think there's a lot of ribbon going on about Gonzalez carrying that big suitcase on his back all the way around the bases. Strike 2.
You know, thinking back to that last pitch, that wild pitch.
Pass ball. They've just changed it to a pass ball.
If there was a cross up there. Well, here's the pass ball. Breaking ball. It may have been. Absolutely. Now that I look at it again.
3-2. Up the middle and knocked down by McClellan. That would have gone to center field. The pitcher saves another run and throws out Hairston. A run on 2 hits for the Padres. Single Gonzalez, a long double by Matt Stairs. Here comes Heath Bell. And we have back-to-back 1-0 wins. Heath Bell on the mound. Here's our Sonic hit of the game. Sonic now open in Vista and Santee, and soon to open in a neighborhood near you. Matt Stairs slicing that long drive to left center field, found the alley all the way to the 401 sign, and Adrian Gonzalez able to sprint around the bases for the only run of the game in the 8th inning. Now Heath Bell, who earned the save last night, his 13th of the season. It wasn't easy, as he allowed a single and a walk, and finally got Molina to ground out with the tying and go-ahead runs on base. And his first pitch is 94, and a strike down the middle to Colby Rasmus. Rasmus has lined to second and walked twice.
Remember last night, Heath Bell was humping it up there, 96, 97. That first pitch fastball, 94, but it's all about location.
Rasmus, Molina, and Schumacher scheduled here in the 9th. Swing and a miss. 95. Yeah, all the great relievers have an attitude. I love this stuff. Look down, swing the pendulum here. Give it that gnarly look into the sign. Up to 96, so he's gone 94, 95, 96 on his first 3 pitches.
And once again, that sense of, hey, we've got him right where we want him, right? We've got Heath Bell, we've got our 1 run.
Swing and a miss, strike 3. A ball in the dirt, a curveball, and the out is recorded at first. Torrealba to Gonzalez. Yadier Molina comes up.
It's all about location. Curveball in the dirt. You cannot get hurt on that pitch. Now, if you hang it in the strike zone, it's a different story.
Molina has grounded to third. A Baltimore chop infield hit in the 4th to third, and he struck out. Trying to remember last night. I know he threw a 97-mile-an-hour fastball. Did he get to 98 last night?
I don't recall. I think 97 was the highest that was registered.
Swing and a miss. He threw that one right through the swing of Molina. The last St. Louis base hit was the pitcher Jaime Garcia single with 1 out back in the 5th inning. Strike 2. There's the shot of Tony La Russa, and it was curious in the last of the 8th inning was Stairs the pinch hitter up, and the left-hander Trevor Miller ready in the bullpen that La Russa did not go to left-hander against left-hander.
Very surprised. Tony La Russa during his big league managing career is all about matchups, especially late in the ball game.
A ball and 2 strikes. Just off the outside corner. 2-2. A lot of umpires here tonight.
Yeah, there are.
It's good to have help.
Absolutely.
It's good.
Let's pitch off the plate, though.
Two and 2. Gets a piece of that and fouls it into the crowd. 19,752 here at Petco tonight. Nearly 20,000. Tomorrow, P.J. Walters will get a rare start for the Cardinals against LeBlanc. Wade is now 2-2.
You know, when you see these 2 games, we've got 2 more outs to go here. But this is like playoff type baseball.
It really is.
Low scoring, good pitching, good defense.
Good theater. 2-2. And that one fouled back. That went into the media press box. One of the writers had a chance for a souvenir. Tried to block it with his computer. Bill Simmer. Oh, goodness. I hope he didn't get hit. Some of the. Yeah, it did hit his computer. He's going to check out his story for tomorrow. That'd be a good one. UT tomorrow. Outside with a changeup. Count goes 3-2. Well, good at bat for Molina. Has fouled off a couple of pitches. Has worked the count from 0-2 to 3-2. Strike 3 called, and he knew it. 96 miles an hour over the inside corner, and Bell's come in to strike out Rasmus and Molina. Down to the final out. The Cardinals bring up second baseman Skip Schumacher.
Heath Bell wanted this ball down and away. It leaks on the inner half, but that is clearly a strike. And judging by the body language of Molina, he was looking for something else. Totally frozen.
This is be somewhat historical. You have to go back 15 years for the Cardinals to be shut out in back-to-back games. Not 1-0 shutout, just shut out back-to-back. And on the other hand, have the Padres ever had back-to-back 1-0 wins in the history of the franchise? We'll have to really scurry through the books, but there's work yet to be done. One strike to count on Schumacher. He's doubled and grounded out twice. Strike 2.
That's nasty. Heath Bell is so locked in right now.
Down to the final strike, St. Louis. This crowd entertained in quite a pitcher's duel on their collective feet. Fly ball, left center field. Durango races over, and oh no, he lets it go by him on the slide, and there goes Schumacher to second, and that could have been even more disastrous had that rolled all the way to the 401 sign. Schumacher might have come all the way around. A terrible risk by the center fielder. You got to play that for a single.
You were thinking the same thing I was thinking. From our vantage point, that ball is slicing off the bat, and I'm thinking, okay, Louis, play it on the big hop. And luckily, I think that got a piece of his leg or something to slow it down a little bit. Denorfia backing up, getting it in quickly.
But if it doesn't hit Durango and maintains its speed, that ball could have rolled all the way to the warning path. And Schumacher is a good base runner, and he could have sprinted around to tie it. He's in scoring position as Ryan Ludwig comes up. So Schumacher down to his final strike, able to belt a line drive single double. See how they score that as a double. This one fouled out of play. Last night with 2 out, Pujols was at second base and Freese at first. And he finally got Molina to roll out to shortstop. Ludwig hitting in the pitcher's spot, inserted as a pinch hitter back in the 7th inning when he was struck out by Luke Gregerson. Tying run at second, Schumacher. One strike on Ryan Ludwig. Strike 2. And he hurried that fastball up there at 96.
Little off, but he hit the glove of Torrealba, that's for sure.
A strike away from victory. Bell gets a sign. Ludwig fouls off a good pitch.
Well, Torrealba went out to have a little visit before that last pitch, go over the signs. Runner on second base. Roll it over. Let's start it over.
Schumacher with a 2-out double, 2-strike double is at second base here in the top of the 9th inning. 1-0 Padres here at Petco.
Oh, they went with the hand signs.
0-2. And that one's fouled out of play. Ludwig staying alive.
Let's see if they go fingers this time or if they give the hand signs. Hand signs. Fastball away and some decoy signs.
0-2 the count. Ground ball up the middle. Hairston can't get it. Here comes Schumacher around to score. And the game is tied at 1. The Cardinals, after 17 2/3 innings here in this series, finally bring in a run. Some hitting from Schumacher and Ludwig, both men getting base hits with 2 strikes on them. And the misplay out in center field by Durango costs the Padres, as that put Schumacher in scoring position.
You know, Ludwig just putting together a great at-bat. Even the foul balls that he was fouling off and balls taking off the plate, shortening up his swing, realizing I just try to put this 97-mile-an-hour fastball in play. Oh, what a great battle that was.
Ludwig's 19th run batted in of the season ties it up here with 2 outs in the top of the 9th inning. And out of the top of the order, and Felipe Lopez. He's walked twice and struck out twice. And he lines a ball to left field, base hit. 3 consecutive hits with 2 outs for the Cardinals. And they have the go-ahead score now in scoring position. So Heath Bell ever so close to locking up the win. 1 strike away with Schumacher. 1 strike away with Ludwig. They both get hits. And now Lopez adds 1. 3 in a row. Darren Balsley, the pitching coach, out to talk with the battery of Bell and Torrealba, with John Jay pulled back, and we have Nick Stavinola as the pinch hitter going to come up, and Stavinola done a good job off the bench. He's 6 hits and 20 at bats. So he's been used frequently and has delivered. Pujols on deck. Out of play. You got to give credit to the Cardinals. They were just a strike away, and they've battled hard here in the 9th inning to tie it and have a chance for more. Upstairs, 1-1. Stavino, 28 years of age, turned 28 earlier this month, native of Houston and the University of Houston. 1-1. Outside, 94. No one throwing in the bullpen for San Diego, although we see some action out there. Somebody's just stripped off a jersey. Warm-up jacket. Might be Ryan Webb. He was throwing earlier. 2 balls and a strike. 25 pitch count. Heath Bell. 2 on, 2 out. And another foul. It is Ryan Webb, out, the big right-hander, getting ready in a hurry. Trevor Miller, the left-hander, throwing down in the bullpen for St. Louis. So once again, Bell a strike away from getting out of this 9th inning. 2-2. Swing and a miss, strike 3. But with 2 outs and 2 strikes on 2 hitters, the Cardinals rally to tie it at 1.
Inning 1-1, and at the end of the inning, Louis Durango, who went for the spectacular play and maybe his speed betrayed him, the ball getting by him for a 2-base hit instead of a single. And there's Rick Renteria talking with Durango, saying here's the right play. Education continues for this young 24-year-old outfielder. There's a lot to learn.
Absolutely. And he wants to make a difference, right? And Rick Renteria is a great coach to communicate with Louis Durango. I think he could have played it differently.
Trevor Miller, left-hander, comes in to work the bottom of the 9th inning. Denorfia has an infield hit and a stolen base and a walk tonight, 1 for 2. Miller will turn 37 years of age on Saturday. Sends in a strike. Native of Louisville, Kentucky. Attended high school there. Was Mr. Kentucky baseball in high school. 2-1. Veteran was 4-1 last year. Two and one. Outside and low. 3-1.
Well, Trevor Miller's a 3-pitch pitcher: fastball, slider, and a changeup.
It's his 15th game appearance. Only 6 hits allowed, but 4 runs, a couple of home runs. He misses, ball 4. So a leadoff walk here in the bottom of the 9th inning. The winning run is on. Denorfia on base for the 3rd time tonight, and he carries, as we've already seen, base stealing speed. Will Venable up for the 2nd time. He struck out his other at bat.
Get it down.
Pops it up, and third baseman Freeze will make the catch. But tagging is Denorfia, and he will make it to second base. So it serves as a sacrifice. And the alert Denorfia, helped by Renteria at first base, was tagging all the way, and Freeze and making the catch and having to fight off Molina as they arrived at about the same time, and that set up the move ahead into scoring position.
Is this unbelievable?
It's such a bad bunt try that Freeze winds up almost in the seats, and by the time he can rear back and throw to second, look at Denorfia. How brilliant is that? And shortstop Lopez yelling, hey, hey, get it out here. Too late. A sacrifice foul fly.
Hey, remember that's what happened against the Giants that series when the Aubrey Huff went into the camera well and Chase Headley tagged from second and go to third, and that was the only run of the game.
Only hit of the game. That was the one hitter. So winning run in scoring position for Durango, and they're going to appeal, and Denorfia did tag and didn't leave until the catch was made. And here comes La Russa. He's got his bullpen busy, and he's going to bring in a right-hander. Venable out on the sacrifice foul of the 3rd. And this pitching change brought to you by the Mark Condos, luxurious downtown San Diego condos from the 300,000s. Go to themarksandiego.com. Your profile brought to you by Mission Federal Credit Union with record-breaking member growth. Make your move and open an account tomorrow. Durango batting left-handed. Wouldn't that be something if he could make amends here with a base hit and win it here in the ninth? Denorfia at second base in a swing and a miss. New pitcher is Jason Mott, 6-footer, 27 years of age. He has 3 decisions out of the bullpen this year. He's 2-1 with a 3.18 ERA. He's given up some hits, 15 in 17 innings, but he had that one by the swing of Durango.
Well, he can bring it now. 98, 99 on the fastball, a cutter, a slurve, and a split finger fastball.
2-strike pitched. Outside. 15 hits in 17 innings, 3 of those 15 home runs, 18 strikeouts in 17 innings. So Durango with 1 out, winning run at second. Denorfia. The 1-2 pitch. Swing and a miss, and he was overmatched. 98 miles an hour. So 2 out. And it's up to ex-Cardinal David Eckstein. Eckstein has singled, grounded out twice. In the 7th inning, Eckstein was up with 2 outs. And Denorfia third base. Got the count to 3-1, but grounded to short. Chance to win it for the Padres. Here in the bottom of the 9th inning. Strike. He is throwing it hard. Radar gun didn't even pick up the speed of that one. Maybe it's over the 3-digit mark. Foul, watch out, into the camera well beyond the Padre dugout. Maybe into the far end there. Ted Simmons heading for cover.
How about David Eckstein? Loves to hit 0-2. Loves to hit when he's in the hole. It's a challenge, he says. Chokes up on that shillelagh. Play a little game of pepper. The outfield is really shallow.
One and 2. 99. Wow. One tie here in the bottom of the 9th. Winning run at second. Oh, 2-2. 98 mile an hour. Chin tickler.
Man, this guy just rears back and throws it as hard as he can. Get the ball down, he said. He's talking to himself. A little Mark the Bird Fittrich going on out there.
Swing and a miss, strike 3. 97 miles an hour. So Mott comes in to blow down Durango and Eckstein with that fastball, and we go extra innings at Petco.
Ryan Webb in to pitch the 10th inning. Are you ready for summer, fans? Your San Diego Padres would like to help you get ready with Padres Summer Savings, brought to you by Ochi's. Here's what you do. You buy one, you get one. Free ticket offer for all remaining weekday afternoon home games beginning this Thursday. That's tomorrow. Call 619-795-5555 or visit Padres.com for tickets tomorrow. And every Thursday day game, Padres Summer Savings, buy one, get one free. Ryan Webb, this is his 9th appearance. He's won 1, lost 1. In 9 innings of pitching, has allowed only 1 run and 7 hits. And Tony Gwynn takes over in center field for Durango. So you put the pitcher in the number 1 spot in the batting order. And the first Pujols is up and in, ball 1. He has walked twice, grounded out, and struck out. Grounded to short. Hairston gets the big bounce on the charge and throws him out. Well, dangerous Pujols retired, and that brings up Matt Holliday. He struck out twice, fly to left, and a good play by Headley at third got him the last time up.
Well, it hasn't been Pujols making the noise tonight. It's been the number 8 spot and 9 spot. Schumacher, 2 doubles, and then Ludwig with that pinch hit single in the 9th.
And Garcia in that 9th spot had a single.
Yep.
This one bounced, a high bounce to Headley. 2 quick outs. Brings up David Freese, singled his first time up. Struck out twice and lined to center. Left-hander throwing in the St. Louis bullpen, as Adrian Gonzalez is due first to hit in the 10th inning. Dennis Reyes, we saw him last night. Ball 1. The Padres, Correa started, went 6 shutout innings, allowed 5 hits. Jaime Garcia started for St. Louis, 6 shutout innings, allowed 3 base hits. 2-0. Gregerson, Adams, and Bell, 7th, 8th, and 9th inning specialists. Then went to work, and Bell had 2 outs. 2 strikes on Schumacher, who was credited with a double hit in front of Durango, tried to make a diving catch, played a single into a double. Strike. And then Ryan Ludwig, with 2 strikes on him, grounded a single to center to tie the game. Bell winds up striking out the side, but the Cardinals tied the game. Strike 2. Now 2-2. The count to Freese. Gonzalez, Headley, and Torrealba scheduled in the bottom of the 10th inning. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Solid by Ryan Webb. An easy 10th inning. Gonzalez, Headley, Torrealba coming up for the Padres, bottom of the 10th. Dennis Reyes pitched last night in the 1-0 Padre win. Worked 1 inning, allowed 1 walk. He has been very stingy this year. 22 games, 14 innings, 3 hits allowed, and only 1 run. Gonzalez takes a high strike. Gonzalez singled to lead off the 8th inning and came around on Matt Stair's pinch double. The Padres taking the lead, but Cardinals tied it with 2 outs in the 9th. Swing and a miss. Going for the downs. Chase Headley on deck, will be batting right-handed. No one throwing in the St. Louis bullpen. Reyes, the 5th pitcher used tonight. He went around, breaking ball, and couldn't stop his swing. It's 3 straight Padres to strike out as Jason Mott took care of Durango and Eckstein with a winning run at second in the 9th inning. Headley has fly to center, popped to first, and struck out twice. Extra innings, Padres' 6th extra inning game. They're 2-3. St. Louis 1-2. 2-0.
Well, if you're looking at scorecard management for the Padres on the bench, they have Nick Hundley left and Everett Cabrera.
We don't know how healthy Cabrera is.
Right.
He's tweaked that hamstring. Broken bat ground ball. So back to a new maple stick. Chase Headley.
Tony La Russa, on the other hand, has 3 players available. Brendan Ryan, Joe Mather, and Jason LaRue.
1-1 tie here in the bottom of the 10th inning. There's Huntley. And the count goes 3-1 to Headley. Of all the Padres, Headley sees more pitches than anyone on the team. Patient hitter. Grounded up the middle and into center field for a base hit. Well, the winning run is on with 1 out. The Padres' 7th hit of the night. And that'll bring up Yorvi Torrealba.
We talked about some good at-bats of the Cardinal hitters against Heath Bell, just putting the ball in play. Well, Chase Headley does a fine job. Pepper up the center of the diamond. Big Sweat couldn't get a leather on it. It's the winning run.
Of all the nicknames, Big Sweat.
What a great nickname.
Infield set for 2. Outfield straight away for Torrealba. Again, there's no one throwing in the bullpen for St. Louis, so it's Reyes to work here in the bottom of the 10th. Torrealba tonight is 0 for 3. He walked in the 4th inning. His average has dipped down from the 300s to 277 as Gonzalez and company look on with considerable interest. Chop foul. Headley, meanwhile, with 9 stolen bases, among the National League leaders. We'll look for a possible opening. Not with 1 out. More likely, should Torrealba make out, then the likelihood of him trying to steal increases. Tony Gwynn on deck.
Well, Dennis Reyes is not known for his move over to first base. Sometimes he struggles with his command, so the Padres can work a walk here. Put a couple guys on.
One strike pitch. 1-1. The Nationals have completed their work up at San Francisco. A 7-3 win for the Nats. They'll head down here for Friday night, Saturday night, Sunday games. That'll be out of play down into the bullpen area, just back a couple of rows. Boy, the game has been so even in so many ways. Great pitching. The statistics: 1-8-0, 10 left for St. Louis. 1-7-0, 10 left for the Padres. But Headley represents the winning run over there at first base. And a wary eye on him by Reyes.
What's going to be? A misplayed ball, a pickoff gone awry, a wild pitch, a gapper.
Swing and a miss, and Torrealba goes down. Second strikeout for Reyes here in the 10th inning.
The sweeping slider from Reyes.
Gwynn bats for the first time tonight. Comes in at 180. Of his 20 hits, 3 doubles, 1 triple, and 1 home run. Strike one. 90-mile-an-hour fastball, well placed on that inside corner. If Headley feels right, he's going. And Cardinals know that well. And of course, Molina behind the plate, one of the very best in throwing out runners.
53% going into this game.
Two strikes the count. Jerry Hairston hoping he gets a chance to swing. Reyes a pitch away from striking out the side. 0-2. A ball and 2 strikes to Gwynn, and he takes it inside. Inside again, 3-2.
Well, you can see what Reyes is trying to do, pummel that fastball in the inside part, trying to tie him up, get a weak grounder or a strikeout. Now just make sure he's going to the plate, and Chase Headley will be off and running.
Extra base hit. Headley has a chance of scoring. Pujols now moves and plays behind the runner. Stands at 3-2. Headley again takes his lead. Pujols moving behind him. And another foul. Pujols was moving toward the bag, trying to slip in behind Headley there, and actually his momentum was going away from the hole. That left the hole wide open.
Well, did you see that pitch was inside once again? Pujols kind of, yeah, you're sneaking behind him. You're absolutely right. And he was off.
3-2 again. And a broken bat ground ball, easy out to Pujols, and the inning is over. No runs, a hit, another left for the Padres. To the 11th we go, 1-1. Top of the 11th we go. A 1-1 tie. Rasmus, Molina, and Schumacher to hit for the Cardinals. And it's been the damage done in the bottom end of the order for St. Louis tonight. And a good cut by Rasmus. He's lined to second, walked twice, and struck out.
You know what else I'm excited about is seeing Ryan Webb in a close game like this. Extra innings. He had a great inning in the 10th.
There's a strike with that slider. If you're just joining us, the Padres ever so close to completing back-to-back 1-0 wins. They had 2 outs and no one on in the top of the 9th inning. And 2 strikes on the batter, Skip Schumacher. And he fought off a couple of pitches and then lined a single that was misplayed by Durango in center field into a double. And then with 2 strikes on Ryan Ludwig, he singled up the middle to tie the game. So close. That handed to the Cardinals. They battled and got back into the game with a tie. And there's a broken bat, base hit. Another shattered bat. The sliver goes out near Ryan Webb. And Rasmus, the leadoff man, is on. It's just absolutely amazing how many bats are broken, not just cracked, broken in half, and base hits result.
And you don't have to hit him off the end. Look at the leg kicks. Kick-starting the old motorcycle for Rasmus. Some guys square it up on the barrel at times, and the bat still seems to shatter.
Let's see how Tony La Russa plays it here with the leadoff man on. Will Molina, apparently he will, try to bunt him along. And then he pulls the bat back. There goes the runner. The throw by Torrealba won't be in time. Big jump by Colby Rasmus. He stole that one off Ryan Webb.
You know, I'm kind of surprised that Webb kind of didn't give a courtesy move over to first base or a long set and hold. But he felt comfortable by going to the stretch.
6th stolen base by Rasmus to lead St. Louis. And the way Molina played that was in the works. He knew he was stealing.
And Webb used the slide step as well on that one. Trying to get the ball quickly to home plate. Now they're going to have a little meeting on the mound to see what's going on here with the runner in scoring position. How they're going to play it if he chooses to lay it down. The idea here for Molina is try to draw that third baseman in so he fields it. So they have to put a play on to where Hairston would go over to third base. But you want to draw that third baseman in.
And that's always a dicey deal, though.
Yeah.
A ball and a strike to Molina. First base open. That's a consideration as well. On deck is Schumacher, the only player on either side with more than one hit, a pair of doubles tonight. Pulls back, 94 too low. A single and a stolen base for Rasmus. Put the go-ahead score with Owen out at second base. Here in the top of the 11th. Look at Gonzalez. Way in on the grass. Now he backs off a couple of steps. Strike. 2-2. Molina, an infield hit in 4 at-bats tonight. He struck out, took strike 3 the last 2 at-bats. Padre infield still convinced he's going to try to sacrifice as Gonzalez is not backed up at first. Headley bag high at third. This might be the old butcher boy chop here coming up. He's going to swing.
See him trying to scoop that ball by Adrian at first base with that swing. Inside out in it. Hands first. Barrel second through the zone. Trying to sneak it in between Adrian and the bag at first base. And the secret weapon, Jose Oquendo. Well, he was a good player. He did everything.
Rasmus standing out at second base takes his lead. 2-2 to Molina. You got everyone guessing now. He's swinging, and he throws his bat at the ball there. That would have been ball 3.
That looked like an old hit and run swing, huh? Hey, the runner's in motion. You throw you throw the bat at it, right?
Protecting the runner. What was he thinking?
Just trying to hit that hole on the right side. I mean, obviously that's not a hit and run, but there was a hit and run type swing.
But he made contact. 2-2 it remains. Ryan Webb trying to dispose of Molina with no one out. And taking a big lead indeed was Colby Rasmus. It looked as if he was thinking about trying to go there. He had a big lead, unencumbered by the shortstop Hairston. Now Jerry kind of ducks in behind him. 2-2. And with all of this, the count runs out to 3-2. Molina long look at third base coach Oquendo, but he didn't give any signs at all. So Molina more or less on his own. I would think he's going to swing the bat. And he does. And lines drains to right field. Thomas will have to stop as Venable gets the ball in on the fly. So what an at bat for Yadier Molina. Try to sacrifice. Work the count finally to 3-2, and then a sharp single to right field. So first and third, no one out here in the 11th inning.
Well, did he throw a breaking ball? You bet he did. It was up, it was away, and Molina does a great job. Look at him. He knows exactly where he wants to spank that baseball. Perfectly executed, staying on that pitch to right field.
And Ryan Webb and the Padres now in a deep hole here in the top of the 11th inning with no one out in first and third. Schumacher, one of the stars for the Cardinals, he kept the game alive with his double with 2 outs in the 9th, and he hits this one foul. A .239 hitter, but a couple of doubles tonight. A looping double down the line and left, and then that single played into a double in the 9th inning. First and third, no one out. Pitch out. Just in case La Russa had a play in the works.
Well, he always has a trick or two up his sleeve. The unexpected.
Adam Russell now throwing in the bullpen for San Diego.
You know, Schumacher's got good bat control.
Ground ball to short on contact. Here comes the runner to the plate. He'll get in a rundown. Here's the right play, running back and tag him so that the runner here's a chance to get 2, and they do a double play. Oh my! The 4th base runner thrown out by the Cardinals tonight. Unreal. You know, how do you score that double play? 4, 2, 6.
You know how they say you go to a baseball game, you see something new every time? Unbelievable.
So Rasmus pulls up. Torrealba runs him, tags him, and then the quick flip to Headley and trying to come over to third base. Molina. Wow. And he's tagged out. The little toss was perfect, right on his spikes as he slid in. So 2 away and a runner at first base. Schumacher couldn't advance to second. And Headley. Yes. From first and third, no one out, to a double play and a runner at first base. And here's Ludwig. He tied the game with his 2 out, 2-strike single in the top of the 9th inning. 1-0. That's right. You go to enough games and something you've never seen before, it just drops in your lap. What a double play.
5 outs on the base paths given up tonight for St. Louis.
That's right. 2 on that and 3 previously.
Yeah. I don't think I've never seen that.
No, I've never. 5 outs on the bases.
2 in the first, that 1 in the 4th, and now 2 here in the 11th.
Schumacher taking his lead at first base, and a ball count on the hitter. And a swing and a miss. Good sinker.
That's a nasty pitch from Webb. 93, the 2-seamer. Great sinker.
Unusual when you're safe on a double play, not a fielder's choice double play. You're safe at first. Outside 2-1. Two and one outside. So after getting that freak double play, last thing Ryan Webb wants to do is walk the go-ahead score back into scoring position with the top of the order. Felipe Lopez next. 3-1 to Ryan Ludwig. Slider. 3-2.
Great movement out of the hand from Ryan Webb. Down and into the righties with that sinker and down and away with the slider to the righties. He's got that baseball breaking both ways. At the knees.
Schumacher will be off with a pitch. 3-2. And that one grounded into the crowd. Slider. And back to first base. Schumacher. Ready to go again on this next 3-2 delivery of Ryan Webb. Outfield deep. There he goes. And a drive to center field. Tony Gwynn racing in and makes the catch. Oh my. Gwynn with a sliding catch. And what an inning. Single. Stolen base. Single. Force. Double play. And a line out to center. And it remains tied. The 11th inning, and Ryan Franklin, the 6th pitcher used, he's been the good luck charm for the Cardinals. He's 3-0 out of the bullpen this year, as you can see, which means that he's probably given up some runs, and then his teammates have gotten some for him. 244 opposing batting average, and Joe Mather goes into right field for the Cardinals. There he is. Mather will hit in the second spot in the order. And Franklin in the pitcher's spot. Bottom of the 11th then. Jerry Hairston starts it. He's 0 for 4 tonight. And takes a strike. Hairston, DeNorfia, and Venable here in the 11th. The last three in the batting order for San Diego. And 2.
Well, Ryan Franklin is going to throw you strikes. He is going to be around the plate. In 20 and the third innings going to this game, only one walk.
He's the elder citizen on the Cardinal roster, 37 years of age. Ooh, almost hit him. It did. It nicked him. Hit by a pitch. Hairston takes one for the team. Well, the winning run on here in the 11th inning. And a 2-strike pitch. Talk about making managers great. Just enough to get the bottom end of the jersey just out there enough that it could be ticked by that pitch. So DeNorfia up, and the infield looking for the sacrifice. Watching him in the spring and batting practice, he appears to handle the bat very well in this situation. capable bunter. And timeout as Franklin takes a long set there, waiting for something to happen.
You know, sometimes that's a set play where the pitcher will get the instruction from the bench or the catcher to just come to a hole, wait till they call time. We want to see if there's anything going on with the hitter or the runner.
See if he's squaring. Now he does, and that is not a good jab bunt at all. He didn't really give himself up. Franklin first came up to the big leagues late in his life to Philadelphia 4 years ago, and then he's been with St. Louis now his 4th season. There it is. He gives himself up nicely there, and there's the putout. 1-3. Sacrifice well done by Denorfia. And on to second base, the winning run. So Will Venable and then the pitcher's spot is on deck, and Nick Hundley has grabbed a bat, and he's getting loose. Will hit for Ryan Webb, unless Venable finishes it right here. Pulls it foul. Venable is struck out and then trying to sacrifice. Remember, in the bottom of the 9th inning, he fouled it to the box seat railing, and the catch made by David Freese, and then he pinwheeled almost into the crowd, and that allowed Denorfia, who was on first base at the time, to tag and go to second. Line drive. Is that going to fall down the line? Foul. Oh, so close. That would have won it. About 5 feet foul.
Well, I'm glad I've lost all my hair because I have a full head of gray hair. This is unbelievable.
You're right. This is playoff quality tension.
Absolutely. And usually in the playoffs, it's who makes the, you'll have your blowouts once in a while, but, who makes the first mistake late in the game or in extra innings? Who's going to kick up some chalk down the line to score that winning run?
Hairston leads from second. You can just see his helmet, bottom of your picture. He's the winning run. Fouled out of play. 2 strikes on Venable. In the series, 2 games, the Padres have yet to deliver with a runner in scoring position. They're 0 for 14. Bud Black hopes this is the time for Venable to win it. Will hitting .233 prior to tonight with 4 home runs. 17 runs batted in. Outfield medium deep. That was a safety swing. Just enough to foul it off.
I mentioned they're going to get something hit with Ryan Franklin. He doesn't walk anybody going to this game, as I mentioned. Only 1 walk in 18+ innings. He throws a fastball, curve, a cutter, and a split finger. You see kind of his grip.
1-2. And another foul just off the glove of Molina. You know, with your bald head, you'd look good in one of those. Did you ever grow a beard?
Oh, yeah. A little goatee, sure.
No, I don't like the little ones. I mean,
not a real long one, no.
1-2. That ball hit well to right center field, deep to right center, back, and making the catch is Rasmus. Tagging is Hairston, and he makes it over to third. Venable, another deep drive, but he hits it into Death Valley out there in right center. If that ball's down a little bit, that's a gapper.
You can see William just upset with himself. He probably just missed that one just by a little bit. Looked like a pretty good pitch to tee off on. He's visibly upset with himself. Let's take a look at the pitch. Off-speed pitch. A breaking ball that he went down and got.
But a single there would have been as good as a home run or long double.
I think he's upset maybe because he got under it a little bit. Hits that ball in the line, like you said, Dick. Hits to the gap and game over.
Now it's up to Nick Hundley, the pinch hitter. 2 outs, and once again, the Padres with a runner at third base. That's been the theme this entire night. They've had runners at third with 2 out and unable to bring them in. Now the winning run 90 feet away. 1-0 to Hundley. Oh, wow, that looked pretty wide, didn't it?
I thought the first pitch of that bat, the curveball that Ryan Franklin threw, was a nasty one that split the heart of the plate, called a ball. So this second pitch, fastball, gets the call.
1 ball, 1 strike. First time Hundley has pinch hit this year. Two and 1. Hitting .256. A dozen RBIs with a couple of home runs. Eckstein would be next. Middle of the diamond wide open. Shortstop is into the hole. The second baseman over on the right side.
Oh, on the call or the swing?
I think that was the called strike. Did he go around? 2 and 2.
If that's a called strike, my goodness.
I don't think he went around, did he? Yeah, I guess so. Yeah, he did. 2 and 2. 2 outs. Winning run at third. Outside target. Well, when the catcher gets that far outside, it's tough to get the call because your body is out of the strike zone.
This is clearly going to be a ball on tracks. Ooh, right on the outside corner.
That's a perfect pitch outside corner at the knee. So full count to Hundley. Out of play. Not an easy role for Hundley, not pinch hitting all year long. A long night here at almost 11 o'clock in the evening. You've been on that bench all day. Long time since you were in the batting cage. Come up and try to deliver a base hit and win the game. Bud Black ready to celebrate.
Ryan Franklin has thrown 1 wild pitch this year.
Broken bat ground ball. Freeze has it, and we go another inning to the 12th, still tied at 1. So many opportunities for both sides. 1-1. comes in to pitch the top of the 12th inning for the Padres. So each manager has employed 6 hurlers. Brian Webb 2 innings, and he did an artful dance out of trouble in that last inning after first and third, no one out. And Mujica, top of the order. Lopez. Then the right fielder Mather. That ball hit high in the air. Gwynn drifting into left center field and calling for it. 1 pitch, 1 out. Lopez then is single, 2 walks, 1 for 3 in the game. Mather batting for the first time. Let's see how Joe has fared this year. 45 at bats, 9 hits, even 200.
Well, you know, it's interesting. Nobody has a crystal ball on how far this game is going to go.
Swing and a miss.
And as I look at my scorecard, Padres down to 1 catcher. The catcher who started the game, Torrealba. Tony La Russa has Jason LaRue still on the bench for the Redbirds. Just a thought.
Oh, and 2. And you know who's on deck.
Does he wear number 5?
I believe that's, you don't even have to look for the number. There he is, and he's been held hitless tonight. Couple of walks, 0 for 3. Pujols. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. Split finger. Well, here's the man, if you're a Cardinal fan, that is long overdue. 1 home run in the last 85 at bats. And it's a home run pitcher on the mound. Mujica's been more generous than anyone out of the bullpen. First pitch, strike.
It looked like a first pitch split finger, changing it up a little bit.
That ball hit to center field and deep, but Gwynn has room to make the catch. Mujica with a delivery, and Pujols hit it to the longest part of the yard for the out. 1, 2, 3. Well, it's the kind of game over breakfast tomorrow. You can chew on it for a couple of hours. So many elements, and yet it's only a 1-1 game as we go to the 12th inning. One of those would be that the Padres tonight have ended an inning 6 times with a runner at third base, unable to score him. The only run coming on Matt Stair's double that brought Gonzalez home from first base. Stairs as a pinch hitter in the 8th inning. That made it 1-0. Eckstein, high fly ball, shallow in center. In comes Rasmus. One away. And then with 2 outs and 2 strikes in the top of the 9th inning, Heath fell on the mound. Skip Schumacher able to drive a single plate into a double to center field, and he scored on a 2-out, 2-strike single up the middle by Ryan Ludwig, and it's 1-1 going here now to the 12th inning. Adrian Gonzalez, a single in 4 at bats with a walk, takes a strike. He singled in the 8th inning to lead off, and that led to the only Padre run.
You know what happens in games like this, and Dick, you know baseball well enough. A lot of times guys come up to the plate
1-1,
and they want to be the hero, right? And sometimes they don't put their best at bat during that at bat.
Yeah, they all want to go home. Both
exactly.
sides. Out of play.
Yeah, I'm sure Adrian would love to lay into one here. A fastball down and away and park it over the 357 sign there.
He's grounded out, lined sharply to right, walked, singled and scored, and struck out. 1-2. That one's popped up, and there's going to be a play on this one. Freeze going out into foul territory, called off, and Holiday makes the catch. In foul territory, so 2 away. Nope, they're going to say that was a fair ball. Second out. Chase Headley flied out, popped up, struck out twice, and singled. Should it go to the 13th, it'll be Holiday, Freeze, and Rasmus scheduled for St. Louis. Headley has 1 walk-off homer this year. Delayed call. 0-2. Wily veteran Ryan Franklin hitting his spots. He is getting grayer.
As the game's going on, huh? I'm telling you, being a manager is like being the president. You look at photos when Buddy was named manager at the press conference. His hair's a lot darker now. I'm telling you.
1-2 to Headley. Fastball right around 91 consistently for Ryan Franklin. Should Headley get aboard, Torrealba on deck. In the dirt, 3-2. Another patient at bat by Headley. All 3 of his home runs left-handed. Well, this crowd of 19,752 has been weaned down to about a third that.
Yeah, how can you leave a baseball game? It's the best reality show on TV, isn't it? You don't know how it's going to end, right?
Ground ball up the middle, and a nice play by Lopez. The shortstop throws him out. And we go to the 13th inning. Will 13 be lucky for the Cardinals or the Padres? 1-1 tie. Game goes to the 13th, tied at 1. The Padres have had 6 different men die at third with 2 outs in the various innings, and even more heinous for the Cardinals is the fact that they have made 5 outs on the bases. As Holiday leads it off here in the 13th, he's 0 for 5 tonight. A couple of ground balls to third, a fly to left, and 2 strikeouts. So they've run themselves out of innings, the Cardinals, including the very first inning. 1-1.
You know, you make a good point, because when you look at the line score, zeros in the E column for both clubs, but the running errors have been crucial for the Redbirds tonight.
Two and one. Matt Holliday. He's due in the series, 0 for 8. Line drive. Eckstein stays with it. A tough hop and throws him out. Well hit ball. And as per usual, Eckstein in the right spot.
Yep. That ball was scalded.
David Freese, after he singled in the first inning, and it was on that play, going way back to the first inning, that the Cardinals thought they had a run, but Durango threw out John Jay at home plate. One of those 5 outs made on the bases by the Cardinals.
Well, Edwards got to be careful here now. That last pitch was up, getting a couple of pitches up. The last ball was hit well. Got to work down.
0-2.
Watch out, Bill Center.
Boy, there's another one into the press box.
You know, I got word that it knocked out his computer. Gone.
Really?
Gonzo. Gone.
So his column tomorrow will test his penmanship.
I think he's got the chisel out with the hammer. He's working on a piece of stone right now for that article.
Swing and a miss, strike 3 as Freese chases. Mujica with his second strikeout.
He's going to take the rest of the night off.
He's texting his account. Of course, they probably passed deadline now, 11:15. What a good guy, Bill Center.
Oh, yeah.
That was a nice feature Jane had on the pregame show.
Yeah. With Gabe Duncan, went to Crawford High School together. We're buddies.
Colby Rasmus lined to second, has walked a couple of times, struck out, and singled his last time up. And then he stole second and went to third. Couldn't score on a following single by Molina. And with no one out, first and third, Schumacher hit into a rare double play. Grounded to second. Eckstein came to the plate. They got the runner between third and home in a rundown, tagged him out, and then got Molina trying to get to third for a double play that went 4-2-5. And somehow Ryan Webb got out of that inning without being scored upon. 2-strike pitch. Swing and a miss, strike 3. So Mujica, 2 solid innings, 6 up, 6 down, 3 of them on strikeouts. Torey Alba, Gwynn, and Hairston Dew in the bottom of the 13th.
To the last of the 13th, still tied at 1, and Mitchell Boggs, the 7th pitcher used by the Cardinals tonight. High school quarterback, went to the University of Tennessee Chattanooga to play quarterback. Eventually decided that baseball was his thing. On to the University of Georgia. He's been a relief pitcher going all the way back to his collegiate days. Brendan Ryan goes in to play shortstop as La Russa makes the double switch. Here in the 13th, Torey Alba leads it off. Ground ball toward the hole. Deep out at shortstop is Ryan. The long throw gets him. Solid arm. So Ryan just comes into the game tested. Has to make the play from the edge of the outfield grass and throws out Torey Alba.
Positioned perfectly. He has to go 3 or 4 steps to his right, but plenty of time because the ball is hit so hard, and fires a strike over to Albert. Well, off the bat, once that ball got past Freeze, you thought it might scoot into left field.
We notice now that actually Lopez has stayed in the game. He's at third, and Freeze is out of the game, the third baseman. So that's where the change. So Brendan Ryan is at short, and Lopez moves over to third base. Win the batter. 2-0.
How's your scorecard looking?
I think that this looks like a wedding cake in the rain, you know? 2-0. On the outside corner, 96 for Mitchell Boggs. He's 0-1 this year with a 3.72 ERA, 17 hits in 19 innings, 8 earned runs. Ground ball, 1 hopper. Second baseman Schumacher, 2 away. So Gwynn 0 for 2 on the night.
Well, what is it with this beard thing? Is this like a fraternity type deal with the relievers? I've noticed all the relievers have beards.
House of David, you know?
Yeah.
You're too young to remember that. We used to have a barnstorming House of David team that all had heavy beards. So Hairston comes up, the star last night with a home run.
Well, there's a Fu Manchu. That's right out of the Al Roboski school of
he's over next door broadcasting.
Yep. The Mad Hungarian.
Hairston's been on with hit by a pitch, 0 for 4 tonight. Hits this one deep to left center field. That one is tagged. How well is it hit? It is gone. Can you believe that? Hairston has repeated his heroics. Touch them all, and the Padres win it 2-1 in the 13th. Jerry Hairston does not homer in 6 weeks, and back-to-back game winners, 1-0 last night and 2-1 in the bottom of the 13th tonight. Seeking refuge from the pummeling he took at home plate. How about that?
Fastball, outer half. Mitchell Boggs.
I'm shocked the ball carried that well. That was to left center, not straight away, and it just makes it into that first row. As Hairston touches them all, and the Padres have done it again. With flair, 2 outs in the bottom of the 13th. Hairston wins it. A walk-off home run. Oh, my. We'll be back with the totals from Petco Park in just a moment. Jerry Hairston. As we said, there's no more confidence in any man in that locker room than this one, and he delivers tonight.